The Indians got a much-needed win against the Yankees, and they continue to ride the smooth swing of Michael Brantley. A little boost from Nick Swisher helped put the O in offense last night, and Trevor Bauer grinded out his third victory of the season. Josh Tomlin got his first big league win against the Pinstripers, and now he'll try to make it 2 in a row for the Tribe. Next on Sports Time Ohio. Welcome into All-Star Week here on Sports Time Ohio. Tonight, the Indians continue their 4-game series against the New York Yankees live from Progressive Field. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Indians even up their series against the Yankees at a game apiece last night with a big win. Rick, it's no secret that the Indians have been riding the hot bat of Michael Brantley all season long. But last night, the New York Yankees got a full dose of Dr. Smooth.
Well, Michael Brantley has been doing this from day one. Defensively, he makes a beautiful running catch in center field. He's playing out there now. But offensively, he has been brilliant all year long, using the whole field. Hit a pair of doubles last night, gave him an insurance run with a home run. He leads the team in home runs and RBIs, 14 and 60. Third in the league in batting average. You can't strike him out. He's .379 at home. There's nothing. He's been brilliant all year long.
5 consecutive multi-hit games, too. I mean, he's piling them up. Jason Kipnis has told me right now at the top of the order, their job, get on base in front of Michael Brantley and let him do his thing. Hopefully the Indians can do more of that tonight. Josh Tomlin will take the ball for the Tribe, looking to beat the Bronx Bombers again in his career. Meanwhile, will Michael Brantley continue to batter New York, and will Nick Swisher pitch in with another home run? Find out. The play-by-play is next. Ball is brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. By Panini's. Get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. And by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. Welcome into Progressive Field. Another beautiful evening here in downtown Cleveland. We've had a few stray showers pass through, but nothing that would be of any consequence. In fact, they never even rolled out the tarp. Josh Tomlin and the Tribe take the field. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for Joe Girardi's New York Yankees tonight. It's brought to you by Toyota. Jacoby Ellsbury will lead it off. Derek Jeter will DH and bat second. He was not in the original starting lineup. We'll get to more on that in a minute. Brian McCann batting third. Then it's Mark Teixeira, Brian Roberts, and Ichiro. Zoilo Almonte, Zealous Wheeler, and Brendan Ryan.
Our GMC starting pitcher is Josh Tomlin. Josh making his 12th start this year. His record is 5-6 and a .411 earned run average. He has pitched four times against the New York Yankees. He's 2-2. Both times he's pitched in this ballpark, he has won the game. So we'll see if he can get after it again today. He hasn't pitched against the Yankees since June 25th, 2012. And he's going to try and come back from a start against Kansas City on this homestand where he went just 5 2/3 innings, 10 hits, 5 runs, but he gave up that 1 3-run home run that certainly hurt him in that start. Let's set the defense behind him. It looks like this. Dickerson is in left, Brantley in center, Murphy is in right. Chisenhall at third, Cabrera at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first, Gomes behind the plate. That's our key at defense.
Tom Woodring calling the balls and strikes tonight. Brian Knight at first, crew chief Field Culberth at second, and Manny Gonzalez down at third. Josh Tomlin ready to go now for the Indians. Jacoby Ellsbury strides to the plate to lead it off for New York. The Yankees have been jumping on the Indians early in the first 2 games of this series. In the first 3 innings, they've scored a total of 8 runs, and they're hitting .407. But from innings 4 through 9, the Yankees have not scored a single run, and they're hitting $125. So Josh Tomlin goes to work as Ellsbury readies for the first pitch. And a fastball strike in there to get us underway. 70 degrees, our game time temperature. Jacoby Ellsbury 1 for 9 in the series.
He has had a couple of hits taken away from him in the first game of this series.
Pitch outside. Ellsbury also had a couple of stolen bases last night, but he tried to steal third base and was thrown out to end the inning. And his manager, Joe Girardi, didn't think much of that afterwards. Fouled away. When asked about it, Girardi said, quote, "I'm not sure what happened there. You can't be the third out at third base. We all know that."
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it last night. This is a base stealer. Now, a guy that's in scoring position, you've got your 5th place hitter up. There's no reason, unless you are 100% sure.
Hit hard to first. Santana takes it himself, 1 away. Now, this is what we were talking about, and this is fundamental baseball. You've always been taught, don't make the third out at third base.
I mean, it was a great and easy throw for Yan Gomes. A nice fastball up and away. He got rid of it, and there it was.
Derek Jeter not in the original starting lineup here tonight, but he was put into the lineup when Carlos Beltran suffered an unfortunate accident during batting practice. 1-hop single in the left field for Jeter. Beltran, who's been dealing with a hamstring tendon issue, said the leg felt great. He was ready to get back in the starting lineup today, and then during batting practice, he hit a ball in the cage. It caromed off the side of the cage and hit him in the face.
Yeah.
So he suffered a bruise, a contusion of some sort, and he was taken out of the lineup. And so I mentioned to you before, imagine if you were a Yankee fan living in remotely close to Cleveland.
Yeah, upstate New York.
You drove over to see Jeter and one last time in Cleveland, and you got here and said, oh, he's not in the starting lineup.
Right.
But lo and behold, here he is.
And you know he'll be in there tomorrow.
Brian McCann lines one toward left field. Dickerson on the move, makes the catch. And that's the second out of the inning. Keys to the game are brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Josh Tomlin, can he duplicate the success he had in his Major League debut against the Yankees when he beat New York? And offensively, right now, everything revolving around the red-hot bat of Michael Brantley. Mark Teixeira.
Looks like the Yankees got the memo on Tomlin. He's going to be around the strike zone. He throws a lot of strikes. They're getting aggressive, swinging early in the count.
You know, one last thing on Beltran. You're sitting in Joe Girardi's seat, and he really wanted to get Beltran back in the lineup because it's an offense that's ailing right now. They need their productive bats in there, even though Beltran this year is batting $156 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, but he's still scary when he comes to the plate. He's a guy that can, you know, a couple of hits here and there can get him going and get him off, and that's what they're paying him for, to drive in runs. So he's got to be in there when healthy.
One pitch. Just a little bit low. Combs wants a fastball here. And Teixeira tried to pull it. Pitch was away. Easy bouncer to Santana to end the inning. Yankees do not score. The Indians coming to bat. Terry Francona's starting lineup tonight is brought to you by Progressive. Jason Kipnis in the leadoff spot. As Dribble Cabrera batting second. Michael Brantley, the Indians all-star outfielder, will hit third. Then it's Carlos Santana, followed by Lonnie Chisenhall. Nick Swisher has homered twice in the series. Then it's David Murphy, Yan Gomes, and Chris Dickerson.
Newly acquired Brandon McCarthy will get his 19th start of the year, his very first one with the New York Yankees. His last two starts, he's pitched well out with the Diamondbacks. He was 2-0 and a 2.29 ERA. He has made 10 starts against the Indians in his career, going 6-4. Last faced the Indians April 21st of 2012. That was out in Oakland. Last pitch here, August 29th, 2011.
McCarthy deals, and Kipnis takes a strike.
He's a guy that doesn't walk a whole lot. Only had 20 walks and 109 2/3 innings in the National League.
McCarthy says, Rick, quote, "It's been a really, really weird year. I feel like I've done everything I need to do, but the results have been terrible." 1-1. And a base hit to left field for Jason Kipnis.
Yeah, like that start. Let's look at the Yankees defense behind McCarthy tonight. It's Almonte in left. It's Ellsbury in center. It's Ichiro in right. Wheeler at third. Ryan at short. Roberts at second. Teixeira at first. McCain behind the plate. That is brought to you by Kia. Now,
as Dribble Cabrera, 1 for 7 in the series, steps in, and he takes low for ball 1. McCarthy flips it over to first. Kipnis back with the dive. He has 10 steals on the year.
You know, he talked about McCarthy saying it's been a tough year. He received the 8th lowest run support over there, just a little over 3.2 a game, so that doesn't help when you're a starting pitcher.
Swing and a miss by Cabrera. Remember, Rick, in the first game of the series in the 8th inning, Kipnis was at first base. He took off on a pitch. Ball was fouled off into foul territory, and they ended up doubling off Kipnis.
Yes.
As he tried to get back to first base. Well, the New York papers made a big deal out of it the next day, saying that it was Jeter who deked Kipnis into thinking that he had the ball or was getting a throw at second base. As Cabrera pops one in the air to center field. Ellsbury camps under it and makes the catch for out number 1. If you forgot, here's a look back at that play in the series opener.
Well, this is a straight steal because Kipnis never looked back.
Now Jeter, look at Jeter. He's faking like he's taking a throw. And again, the New York papers made it seem like he fooled Kipnis. Kipnis is not paying attention to Jeter. Kipnis said he was trying to pick up Mike Sarbaugh, who said go, but he said he didn't hear the second part of it, which was go back. And by the time he did, it was a little too late because he'd already gone around second.
Well, in that situation there, I mean, you don't want to take the aggressiveness away from a hitter, but late in the ball game, let the guy try and steal a base on the first pitch. Give him a chance. He had a good jump.
Boy, Michael Brantley continues to swing the bat well. Base hit the left, and Almonte did a terrific job to somehow stop that from skipping by him because it looked like he had run up on it too close and it was going to get by him. But he just saved himself a lot of embarrassment.
Well, you're right. The thing of it is, he went after the ball thinking he was going to catch it. That's the one thing you do as an outfielder, though. If you go for it, you better keep it in front of you or make a play. He made a play. That ball went right in his glove. It's still first and second, but Brantley with another base hit.
Michael's 6th hit in 9 at-bats in the series, as he's now hit in 6 straight games. So 2 on, 1 out for Carlos Santana, who takes the ball down and in. And again, not that Derek Jeter didn't do a terrific job, and not that every once in a while you might catch somebody with that move, but that was not the case.
Well, that's I know. They talked about it that way. If you watched it and you see that Kipnis never looked back, you'd realize he didn't know where the ball was, and he wasn't looking at shortstop.
Jason in scoring position with 1 out. Kipnis was asked about it, too, and he said, look, I'm as big a Derek Jeter fan as there is, but come on. It's not his first rodeo. But Jeter still plays the game to win. He's still got the great passion and fire. 3-0 pitch to Santana, and he was swinging but fouls it back.
Well, green light. Again, he's trying to pull that ball. Left-handers on the year, .323 average with 6 homers against McCarthy.
Big spot right here early for the Indians. Chance to maybe break through and put McCarthy on the ropes early. 3-1 pitch. Bouncing ball. Teixeira with a good stop goes to second. The ball gets dropped. Oh, what a break for the Indians as Brendan Ryan simply dropped the ball. Did he call him out?
No.
Terry Francona.
Michael slid and the ball hit him and he's down. You know, he says he's okay, but I think they're coming out to check out Brantley.
I didn't realize the ball hit him because Terry Francona came out quickly. I thought he just dropped it.
In the shoulder. Or the back of the head, one of the two.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Back of the head, the ball never got there. Might have got him in the neck. And that ball.
Yeah, right in the back of the helmet.
It might even, if it wasn't the helmet, it might have been below the helmet. But it did, it took a left. And he's all right. The ball never got there, and that was really Teixeira's only play.
So the error will go to Teixeira. Apologies to Brendan Ryan. I didn't see it hit Brantley. I thought Ryan just simply dropped it, but on the replay you see it clearly deflected off of Brantley, and I think it did catch him in the back of the helmet.
Well, it took a wicked bounce, so you hope it did. If it didn't, that was skin and bone.
So the bases are loaded with one out now for Lonnie Chisenhall. And a foul off to the left. Just missed inside. Indians have done a very good job this year with bases loaded. As a team, batting .369. That's the best in Major League Baseball. For his part, Lonnie Chisenhall, he's 3 for 4 with the bases loaded. Kipnis at third, Brantley at second, Santana down at first. As McCarthy wobbling a bit here in the first inning. Broke his bat, slowly rolled to second base. Roberts' only play is at first. Indians will take the lead as Kipnis comes home to score. Chisenhall gets his 40th run batted in on the year. Leaves runners at second and third now for Nick Swisher.
Well, you get the runner home. The only play for Roberts was first base. Wasn't going to take a chance and try to go to second. That play happened right before that.
Swisher with a chance to do some damage here in the first. Our great clip of the game from last night, Nick Swisher homering for the second time in as many games against the Yankees. And that one was a big one. It put the Indians ahead to stay.
Yeah, that was a big home run. And Swisher, 5 of his home runs have given the Indians a lead this year. Well, and word today, Tanaka went back to New York to get an MRI and was put on the 15-day disabled list. for the Yankees.
McCarthy deals, and it's outside to even the count. That enabled New York to add Zoilo Almonte to the roster, and he gets to start tonight in left field. But there's definitely concern for New York when it comes to Tanaka. Breaking ball hit up the middle into right center field. Scoring is Brantley. Here comes Santana. It's a 2-out, 2-run single for Nick Swisher and a 3-run first inning for the Tribe.
Yeah, you got to love the 2-out base hits, and bingo, here it comes. And we've witnessed that the Indians seem to relax when they get that first one out of the way early. This will be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. And for Nick Swisher, picks on the big curveball for McCarthy, and he gets it into center field. Well done. A big 2-out base hit. Give him his 33rd, 34th RBI. And it's a crooked number for the Tribe in the first.
And now David Murphy looks at ball one outside.
Love those 2-out base hits. That's something that has been eluding this team for a while. And every time they've been getting them early, everybody seems to just relax a little bit.
Well, as a team, Rick, with less than 2 outs, the Indians have hit .315 with runners in scoring position. But with 2 outs, just .183.
Well, and 183 is a little. That's the toughest hit to get in baseball.
No doubt.
You know, sometimes when you're struggling to score runs like the Indians have at times this year, boy, if it doesn't happen, you try harder and harder, and everybody down the line, I think, is included. They're 3 for 7 in the series so far with runners in scoring position and 2 down.
Swisher at first with 2 away. And the 2-1 to Murphy is slashed foul to the left.
That was the big hit that the Indians were able to get a lot last year, and they lived off of that 2-out base hit.
Now Jason Kipnis got it started with a base hit. Michael Brantley with another knock. And then the critical play in the inning where Mark Teixeira tried to throw out Brantley at second base on a force play, but his throw hit Brantley.
The extra out in the inning. Indians able to take advantage of that.
And they know all too well about the extra out. 2-2 pitch. Murphy with a base hit in the left field, and the inning continues as he just served one the other way.
Yes, keep it rolling, and that was a nice swing. We've seen Murphy do that a number of times with 2 strikes. Doesn't try to do too much, just serves it the other way.
4th hit in the inning, Rick.
That ball right there, but it was elevated. It made it a little bit easier for David to go to left. Nice swing on the ball, keep the inning going. Out comes the pitching coach. Not the way you really wanted your first start to go here, where you're giving up 3 in the first.
Larry Rothschild out to talk with McCarthy. And Yan Gomes, the 8th man to bat here in the first inning. When you talk about the 2-out RBI hit and how difficult it is to get in this series with 2 outs, not necessarily with runners in scoring position, but with 2 outs, the Indians have gone 9 for 25 and New York 1 for 18.
Wow.
Sometimes just extending the inning by another at bat or 2 can wear down that starting pitcher.
Yeah, it sure can.
Swung on and missed. That'll even the count of 1-1. Yan Gomes has batted .297 at home this year. 5 of his 11 homers coming here at Progressive Field. Slowly chopped up the middle. Roberts will go to first, and he got him by about a half a step. So the inning comes to an end, but not before the Indians break through with 3 here in the first. Your Northern Ohio Honda dealers. By the Cleveland Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. All right, the Indians will play from in front tonight. Leading it 3-0. Brian Roberts will lead off the second for New York. And he pours it in there for strike 1. Fouled on the right side.
I know those 3 runs early make Josh Tomlin feel good about himself. He has struggled in his last 5 starts. He's 1-4. That one win was at Seattle, the one hitter.
Slowly chopped to second base. Kipnis will scoop it up, throw him out, 1 away. Let's go back to 2010. Look at Josh Tomlin against the New York Yankees and dealing.
Yeah, I don't recognize that guy.
His first career win. It's interesting, against New York, he's 2-2. Both of his wins have been here.
Right. Well, when we go to New York, not many people win in New York when we go there because it's been a tough place to play for the Indians.
Yeah, it's not all that surprising. It's just
the times they beat them, it seems like it's routes. 19 runs, 21 runs, remember?
22-0.
Yeah.
Biggest beatdown the Yankees ever had at home.
It seems that they win their one game up there, and it's, with big numbers. But they're few and far between.
We gave the numbers at the start of the series. In the last 21 years, the Indians have had 1 year where they've won the season series against New York.
Where they've won it, right, 2008.
Slowly chopped.
It's a hit.
To third. Chisenhall, no play. And he was wise just to hang on to it.
Absolutely. How many infield hits do you see this guy get? I think he had 2 the other night. Here's 1 here. He just tops the ball,
He's
man.
the greatest swinging bunter to ever play.
Well, he is. There's nothing you can do. And it is smart for Chisenhall to just hold the ball. Don't throw it. He was going to beat it out. Look at him. He's running halfway down the line. He's done that numerous times in his career where he gets the infield single because he can still get down the line at his age.
Zoilo Almonte getting a call up today when they DL'd the pitcher Tanaka. Almonte made his debut with the Yankees last year, played in 34 games. His first major league hit was a pinch hit single against Tampa Bay off Kyle Farnsworth. It came in the 9th inning. Swung out and missed. It's 0-2. Tomlin throwing a lot of strikes as usual, 16 out of 20 thus far. I think he got off the bat. It didn't matter if he went. Gomes hangs on. First strikeout for Tomlin, 2 away.
Well, he didn't give him any breathing room there. Machi comes right back and he pounds him inside. And that ball did get a piece of the bat. He thought he checked. Well, he might have checked, but it got a piece of the bat, so he goes down. Strikeout victim.
Throw over and Ichiro back. He has 6 steals on the year. But as you said last night, you have to keep an eye on him. If you do, he's probably not. If you fall asleep, he'll take off.
Just pay attention to him. And not a lot of it. Just you can toss over there just to let him know you're watching him.
Zealous Wheeler bounces to short. Cabrera throws him out. Josh Tomlin breezes through the second. Cleveland 3, New York nothing. Indians on top 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Chris Dickerson will lead it off. And then we go to the top of the order for the Tribe. Fastball just below the knees. When McCarthy's on his game, that's the pitch it's hard to lay off of, and he'll get a lot of ground balls, top it, beat it into the ground.
And then he has the big slow hook that he likes to throw, too.
That ball's hit right up the middle. And Dickerson has the Indians' 5th hit of the night already.
Yeah, the first time through the lineup, they've got 5 hits, and they're making him get the ball up a little bit.
Let's go downstairs to Katie Witham. Katie, I know you talked to Jason Kipnis and others about him going into the leadoff spot. Not necessarily something he's used to doing, but he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he has, Matt. You know, it was funny today. Terry Francona said you have to be careful switching your lineup and putting somebody in that leadoff spot because getting that first at bat can bother some hitters. Well, it hasn't bothered Jason Kipnis. And the other thing to keep in mind, Matt, you get pitched differently when you're in that spot. You get more hittable pitches and specifically fastballs, and they're hoping that helps to get Kipnis his bat hot like we saw last year.
Yeah, and you know, Rick, he told me last night, now in particular that was against Tanaka, he said I was looking fastballs early in the count, and he got after him and had a couple of hits and got himself rolling.
You should look well when you're in that leadoff spot. You should look fastballs all the time early in the count.
And this is going to turn into a double play, and nicely turned. Roberts' flip was a little high, but Ryan with a nice bare hand grab and able to execute the 4-6-3 twin killer.
I'll tell you what, Ryan's the one that made this play. That was a bad flip, and he bare hands it and still turned the double play. He kept his foot on the base, and he just flicked the ball over there in time. With Kipnis going down the line, that was really a nice job by Brendan Ryan.
It looked to me like Roberts was trying to get out of the way and flip it at the same time, and maybe just lost his concentration when he executed the flip, but Ryan did a nice job to stay right with the play. So 2 quick outs now, and as Asdrubal Cabrera steps in. And a foul right back. That ball, the ricochet goes all the way back to the mound.
Yeah, it hit something solid.
Did it hit Carey?
Right in the head.
Oh, no, he's not down there tonight.
No.
You have an unmanned post.
We'll see this one coming right back into your living room. Holy smokes, into the bowl of popcorn. Look
Wow.
at that. Hit right below the camera.
And Cabrera lines this one right back up the middle. And the Indians have their 6th hit of the night.
That's an 0-2 pitch.
Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Michael Brantley, 60 consecutive plate appearances without a strikeout, closing in on Denard Span. Michael Brantley taking a strike. And it's now 0-2. Brantley was the American League Player of the Week in the middle of June, and he has just continued to keep on keeping on.
Well, the amazing thing that Michael Brantley has done this year, he's been so consistent. He hasn't changed. I mean, you know, whether he's gone good or bad, he hasn't really had any streaks of going bad. He's been so consistent with runners on base. He's hitting, what, 376. He has 5 multi-hit games, and he's done that twice this year. He did it earlier in June. Mid-June he did that.
5 in a row.
Yeah, 5 in a row consecutive. It's hard to do.
struck him out looking that time. McCarthy made a good pitch and gets out of the inning. Indians get 2 more hits. They lead it 3-0 after 2 innings of play. Indians on top 3-0. Third inning will feature Brendan Ryan leading off for New York. He's the number 9 hitter tonight. Ryan getting some playing time after sitting the last 4 games. Just 3 hits in his last 22 at-bats.
Well, Brendan Ryan always been known for his glove. A tremendous shortstop, can field the position as well as anybody. Showed it last inning with that one play, but offense has been a struggle for him since coming to the big leagues. His last stop in Seattle. As you can see, Tomlin pounding the strike zone again with 8 out of 9 first pitch strikes.
Swung on and missed with a good breaking ball. Or maybe is that the cutter?
Yeah. He does have a cutter.
Sometimes it looks like a breaking ball, but
it is. Well, it could be. Yeah, it's considered it's a cut fastball, but that curveball. There's the curveball where it has the great bite to it.
Second strikeout for Tomlin. 1 away here in the third.
That's the put away pitch, the curveball. You know, he gets it with 2 strikes, and then he bounces that ball and gets you to chase. Gomes, another nice job of just keeping it around.
This is the pitch that he really wasn't able to throw when he had that elbow injury. But, boy, since he's come back, that has been a difference maker for him at times.
You can see the spin on that on our Wendy slow motion replay camera. That's a very good pitch. You know, when the hitters, a lot of times they chase that. The good hitters sometimes can lay off of it.
Ellsbury fouling it back. 1-1. One down here in the third. Ellsbury had a 17-game hitting streak that ended June 13th. That was the longest hitting streak by a Yankee in his first season with the club since Steve Sachs back in 1989. But they don't tell you how many games Sachs hit consecutively in. Overall, the last Yankee to have a longer hitting streak was Derek Jeter 2 years ago when he hit in 19 in a row. Jeter waits on deck here in the third. 2-2 pitch. Just a bit outside. Ellsbury, good eye, able to lay off a very close pitch. Tough to take usually with 2 strikes.
Well, you're going to watch him shake his head. That's off the plate. Gomes tried to bring it back in.
Payoff pitch. Just flicked the bat at it, and Brantley can't quite get to it. Backed up smartly by Dickerson, and he'll hold the speedy Ellsbury to a 1-out single.
That was real nice play on Dickerson's part. He did a beautiful job backing up. Michael was going to dive. It looked like he was a little hesitant. And then all of a sudden he gets after it, and he wasn't going to get there. But look at that. The heads-up play to back up your partner and get it in. Good play for Dickerson. Goes as a single for Ellsbury.
Derek Jeter with a base hit, his first time up.
Man, he jumped on the first pitch the first time up.
Boy, that was closer than it looked like it was going to be initially.
This is going to be fun to watch. You got Ellsbury, one of the best base stealers in the league, going against Tomlin, one of the better pitchers at holding on base runners, and Gomes behind the plate, that's one of the best throwers. So this is going to be fun to watch here.
Jeter lines one toward right field. Murphy makes the hit, eye catch.
Jeter not
2
wasting
down.
any time tonight. All right, Tribe fans, you can vote for Corey Kluber as the final American League All-Star. You can go to Indians.com and cast your All-Star Game final vote. Send Corey Kluber to the All-Star Game in Minnesota. Voting ends tomorrow at 4. So this is the last time we can tell you about it. So make sure you vote Corey Kluber.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens too, Rick, because Masahiro Tanaka was an All-Star. He was voted in the team, placed on the disabled list today, so he's out.
He'll have to be replaced. And you know, right now I think Kluber was 4th in the balloting as of this morning. But, you know, you may have some other starters that are all-stars that will pitch on Sunday and won't be able to go into that game, so they may be able to be replaced as well. So it still shouldn't stop you from voting for Corey Kluber.
It's been fun just to see the support he's had from his teammates throughout this little process where you only have a few days to vote for the extra guy, but all of his teammates wearing the T-shirt in support of him, wearing the signs taped to their back, the K for Kluber.
Well, it starts everybody in that clubhouse with that guy there. As Katie told us a couple of days ago, he was in his office at 10:30 on the computer voting.
Yep.
Started right there with that man, and it filtered through.
Terry, of course, will be on the All-Star American League All-Star team coaching staff, along with his buddy John Farrell, who will be the manager.
You know, the great thing that Kluber said, too, is, you know what, as long as that guy thinks I'm an all-star, that's all that matters. And to me, that's about as classy as you can get. He's impressed the one person you need to, that's your manager.
Ground ball. Diving stop by Chisenhall. Gets up, throws. Oh, he got him. Oh, what a play by Lonnie Chisenhall. The old college shortstop still has it with a diving stop, and he gets up and throws him out to end the inning. It's a 3-0 Indians lead as we go to the bottom of the third. And a reminder tonight, as you enjoy a cold one, to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. In the bottom of the third, Carlos Santana, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Nick Swisher coming up for the Tribe.
Usually when you make a play like Chisenhall did to end the inning, you're leading off the inning. So he should go ahead of Santana now, and they should switch.
Breaking ball in there for a strike. Lonnie with a great defensive play. Picked up an RBI his first time up. Santana backed away from the plate there. 1-1. Santana has been riding the ups and downs offensively. He had a tremendous month of June. Batting .308. Here in July, he got off to a pretty good start, but he's cooled off here of late. Just 7 for his last 42 at the plate. McCarthy he's really made an effort, it looks like, here to pitch in tonight.
Yes, he has.
Even though he's missed a number of times going inside. Payoff pitch fouled away.
I'm going to send along a very, very special happy birthday wish to Francis Jerub of Bessemer, Pennsylvania, turning 100 today.
Wow.
So, Francis, happy birthday. 100.
That's terrific. Payoff pitch. Ball 4. That's the first walk issued by McCarthy, and the Indians have their leadoff man aboard. Let's go back and look at this play by Lonnie Chisenhall.
Yeah, that was from the shortstop position. Now watch Tomlin. As there's a man on first base, he was getting ready to go over to third base. Look at that. Got to cover the bag just in case. Heads up play, great play by Chisenhall from the shortstop. Usually when you go down, and he's a third baseman now, you know, it's tough to get up and throw it. Although McCann was running, they had the right guy running.
Pitch inside for ball 1. And a fastball strike. Lonnie lifts one in the air, left field, slicing, out of play. I think if we did the math correctly, by the time tonight's game ends, if he gets 4 plate appearances, Lonnie will be in
eligible
qualification mode for the American League batting race. Slowly chopped to short. This will be potentially a double play. Does Teixeira scoop it? He does. And a quick 2 for 1 for Brandon McCarthy. That's 2 innings in a row now. He's induced a double play ball.
Tell you, that was a nice play on both ends. Ryan goes over there, and he doesn't have much to get on the throw, but his first baseman, Teixeira, helps him out with a beautiful pick on the back end of that throw. He stepped sideways and then threw the ball over there, and look at that pick. That's right at the heel of his glove, but he was able to hold on.
Now up comes Nick Swisher now with the bases clean. Nick had a 2-out, 2-run single his first time up. Swisher now has hit in 5 straight games. Pitch down low to even the count of 1-1. Breaks his bat, and the inning is over. 3 complete. It's the Indians 3 and the Yankees nothing. Just a reminder, as you check out tonight's ball game, to tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have them shown during our telecast this year. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Mark Teixeira to lead off here in the 4th for New York. Josh Tomlin, 28 out of his 36 pitches for strikes. 11 out of 13 first pitch strikes. And a count 0-2 on Teixeira.
Nice changeup there by Tomlin.
Hit high in the air. Deep right field. Murphy back, and it is gone. On an 0-2 pitch, Mark Teixeira. It's his 16th home run of the year, and it gets New York on the board. The Indians' lead is now 3-1.
Well, I want to see where that curveball was. 0-2 pitch. Usually Josh will bounce that pitch. He had to go down and hit a pretty good one. It looked like, to me, it was down. We'll take another look at it. He did. He stayed back, kept the hands back enough. That ball was down probably below the knees. He hit a pretty good pitch out of the ballpark, and it gets the Yankees on the board. It's a 3-1 ball game.
12th home run of the year allowed by Tomlin.
16th for Teixeira.
Brian Roberts, a ground out his first time up. One hopper to Kipnis. One away.
Well, Trevor Bauer last night, I'll tell you, as that game went along, he seemed to get better and better. He had a tough time early, commanding the fastball. He was bouncing a lot of pitches. But after that third inning, he really settled in, gave Terry Francona 7 innings. And I'll tell you what, the key to the game for me last night was him settling in after they were down early. That kid has a pretty good feel of what he's doing. You give him some innings under his belt, and he's just going to get better and better. Very competitive.
Yeah, I like the way he went back out there when they finally gave him the lead and just shut him down.
Well, he was on the pregame show today with Katie, too, and, you know, he talked about it. The kid's, he's a smart kid.
Slowly chopped, and Tomlin with a flip to Santana, 2 down. This Tribe skipper Terry Francona on Bauer and his ability to get stronger as the game goes along.
Seemed like after about his 70th pitch, he had another gear. And, you know, I'm sure then once he starts, you know, throwing that fastball where he wants to with probably a little out of velocity, then you're starting to see confidence, and they have to respect it more, and they start flipping a breaking ball in there, and it just kind of goes hand in hand.
You know, if memory serves right, Katie asked him about that, and he said, you know, he's tried different things, throwing less before a game, throwing more before a game to try to, you know, figure out how he can get sharper earlier instead of waiting to that 50, 60 pitch mark.
And he says that he just has to get out there and relax, and then believe he can throw that pitch. Then he doesn't think about it. He just lets it fly, and he knows it's going to go where it goes. And most people get, you know, they lose a little steam after 70 pitches.
Almonte bloops one in the left field for a base hit. 2 out single keeps the inning alive. Log on to FoxSportsOhio.com while you're watching the ballgame for a second screen experience. You can chat about tonight's game with Joe Reedy and keep up with everything Indians. I thought it was really fascinating when Katie was talking to Bauer before the game about how he looked at video of Corey Kluber's slider. Right? Was that who he was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he basically went out in the bullpen and tried to emulate it. You know, just by looking at the video and the pitch effects to see, I don't know, he was talking 11 degrees or however.
11 inches of break laterally. Yes.
And I thought that was really interesting about how he would just watch a teammate, watch out, and then just try to go out and emulate it to incorporate that into his repertoire.
Yeah, that's what you call a great work ethic.
Murphy's going to run out of room on this one as he gave it a look.
You look at it on a split screen here, and you'll see Kluber. Kluber's got one of the best sliders in the game. Well, Bauer's trying to add that into his game plan and get the same break and everything that happens. And he did it on his own. And he says, you know, Darvish has a good one. Corey Kluber has a good one. I want to have that. And I'll tell you what, he says, I've been throwing it about a month. Said I'd like to have it into my game, you know, where it's comfortable next year. So that's terrific. Always wanting to get better.
Chop to third. Chisenhall has it. He'll go to Kipnis for the inning-ending force. The homer by Teixeira has New York on the board. Middle of the fourth, 3-1 Cleveland. take a look at the injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. For the Yankees, Beltran took a foul ball or a ball off the batting screen during BP today, so he was knocked out of today's ball game. Joey Votto down on the DL for the Reds. Josh Beckett with a hip injury for the Dodgers. He's on the DL. And, of course, Masahiro Tanaka, who pitched last night, was placed on the DL this afternoon by New York. They sent him back to New York to get an MRI. And he's got right elbow inflammation. Murphy with a bouncing ball. Great stop by Roberts. His spin and a throw, and he got him. Terrific job by Roberts to retire Murphy for out number one here in the fourth. Joe Girardi said before today's game that right now they don't know how serious the injury is for Tanaka, the elbow. He said it's a big loss anytime you lose a starting pitcher because they're hard to replace. But what was interesting is as we watched the game last night, it wasn't anything that jumped out at you would indicate there's something wrong with him. He was anywhere from 90 to 95 with his fastball. Brian McCann, who caught him, said, quote, "I didn't think anything of it. I walked in today and heard the news." Said the only thing yesterday was that his pitches didn't have the sharp action like we've seen in the past, but he still pitched well. I didn't notice anything. I was surprised when I got here today.
Well, if that's the guy catching him.
Yeah. I think, look, $155 million investment. If there's anything wrong at all, I think the Yankees are going to err on the side of caution, I suppose.
Well, back-to-back starts. Minnesota gave up 4 runs. The 4 earned runs. Yesterday was 5 earned runs. So who knows? Maybe there was something bothering him that nobody else knew about. I'll tell you what, he was still pretty good. I thought the hitters for the Indians had a pretty good approach, and they didn't miss fastballs. They didn't foul them off. Now, maybe earlier in the year, teams were doing that. But the Indians were the first team to beat him that has faced him for the first time this year.
The other injury news is Brett Gardner, who's out of the game with a lower abdominal strain. That's why Zoilo Almonte got the call up today, and he's in left field playing for Gardner. They don't believe it's a serious injury for Gardner. They don't think he'll be out for any length of time. In fact, Gardner said he's hoping to be back in there tomorrow, but you just never know. And Gardner said, I didn't necessarily feel anything on one swing or a one pitch or running out of ball. It's just something that kind of gradually came along. But boy, isn't it something when the injuries come, they come in bunches sometimes.
It's a long year, boy.
Gomes with a bouncer. Wide to third, backed up by Ryan. Long throw, got him. Second terrific play that we have seen defensively tonight. One by Lonnie Chisenhall. This one by Brendan Ryan. Both times they throw out the opposing catcher.
How good is this? He's throwing on his way down. He backhands, and now he just gets rid of it. Look at the accuracy on that throw. Going away from it. Wow, Gomes has got to be a little upset. Nice soft hands, taking it in there. He gathers himself. He gets control and just throws it over there. That's a long throw, folks.
Boy, it didn't even look like he had his feet under him.
He didn't. He was falling away. That's why he put so much air under that ball. That was a long throw.
Chris Dickerson singled his first time up. Bangs one up the middle, backhanded by Roberts, and he makes a terrific play. So the Indians go 1-2-3 for the first time tonight. They lead it 3-1. Sunnyside Honda at I-71 and Pearl Road in Middleburg Heights. By Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. (3-1) Indians lead it. And we go to the fifth inning. For New York, Brendan Ryan, the number 9 hitter, leading off. Then it'll be Jacoby Ellsbury and Derek Jeter. The only thing that I find a little unsettling if you're an Indians fan tonight is that this game is taking on the same shape as last night's, only in reverse, where New York scored early, did all their damage early, and then nothing the rest of the way. The Indians scored 3 in the first, had 6 hits in the first 2 innings, and last 2 innings they've been shut down.
It's all right. You want to add on in the middle part of the game, especially now that New York got on the board last inning with a home run. They made a shift in the momentum. So if Tomlin can come out here and have a pretty quick inning and get him right back into the dugout, we'll see. You're back up around the top of the lineup.
Swing and a miss. Tomlin gets his 3rd strikeout tonight. He's fanned Ryan twice. And with 1 out, we'll go to the top of the order. But before we do, let's go to Al Pawlowski with a Mazda game break.
Hey, man, Rick, Jose Abreu, Nelson Cruz, they're going back and forth in the home run race. Tonight, Jose Abreu's turn, is 28th of the season, ties him with Cruz for the Major League lead. They're in Boston tonight. The White Sox lead the Red Sox 3-0. 4th inning, Matt.
Wow, did you see where that ball landed? Straight away center field.
Well, he's got power to all fields.
Ellsbury taking a fastball strike. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Singled his last time up. Ripped over the head of Santana. Down the line it goes. Murphy over to try to cut it off. Can't do it. Ellsbury speeds into second base with a 1-out double.
Well, he hit this ball right on the nose. See the pitch. That ball stayed up and out over the plate for Ellsbury. Gets it over the head of Santana. No chance the way this guy can run. So his 19th double of the year. So another runner in scoring position now for New York to try and cut into this 3-1 lead.
Fastball at the knees, and Jeter doesn't like it.
Now, that's the first one he's taken tonight. In his first 2 at-bats, he swung at the first pitch and hit him hard. Let's see. He gets the fastball. You're right. Might have been a little low. So far tonight, the Yankees do not have a hit with a runner on base.
Good block by Yan Gomes. 1-1. Tomlin deals, and Jeter fouls it on a play. Now here's a situation unlike last night where if Ellsbury felt like he could get a jump. You steal third here, it would be productive with only one out. Unlikely he could get a good jump against Tomlin, and it might not even matter. Dickerson charging hard. He picks it up, and Ellsbury will have to stop at third. So Yankees at the corners with only one out now. And big Brian McCann coming to the plate.
Well, Jeter gets another fastball. This one in more for him this time, and he finds the hole between short and third. Hit too hard for Ellsbury to do anything. Dickerson will get it into his cutoff man, so they will have runners at the corners with one out. And McCann will have an opportunity now.
Interesting story that broke yesterday. Terry Pendleton was interviewed by a New York writer. Pendleton was McCann's old coach down in Atlanta. And he had some interesting opinions about McCann and his choice of, signing with New York in the offseason. He said, quote, this is Terry Pendleton, New York is not Ryan. That's my opinion. I knew if he chose New York, there would be more than he expected or knew about. He'll never be comfortable with that. Pitch is a little bit outside. Pendleton felt like some of the problems that McCann has had this year have been directly attributed to the fact that he's a kind of a small town kid and from the South, and
he's from Georgia, isn't he?
Yeah, wasn't really prepared for New York and everything that comes with playing for the Yankees. McCann today disputed that. Pitch down low. One of the things Pendleton said is that playing at Yankee Stadium, he said it looks like McCann's become a pull hitter. McCann said, look, everybody's entitled to their opinions. That's his opinion that I became a pull hitter. I've got off to a slow start. If I'm sitting here batting .300, nobody's talking about this. It isn't even a story. But the fact that he's struggling, everybody wants to know why. So they're looking for answers. In there for a strike, it's 2-1. He refused to blame his terrible first half on moving from Georgia, where he grew up, to New York. He said, quote, that's the easy thing to say, but that's just a crutch.
Well, I will believe it may take an adjustment period. Changing leagues, not only cities and teams, you're changing leagues. This guy's a good player, a good catcher, a good hitter. But New York, if you play and you play good, they love you. It's a great place to play. Some people can handle it, some people cannot, and only time will tell in his case.
Well, and in New York, because of the amount of media and the amount of reporters that are around that team every day, everything becomes a story.
That is true. That's what makes it one of the tougher places to play. That, Boston.
The 2-2. Punch towards center field. Brantley will make the catch, but deep enough for Ellsbury to tag and score, and the Indians' lead is now down to a run.
Wasn't a pull hitter there.
At 3-2. Well, he did his job, right? Get the run home.
Well, that's exactly right. Do what you have to do to get him in, and he does. Sacrifice fly. It's now a one-run ball game.
And now Mark Teixeira, who homered in the fourth inning to get the Yankees on the board. Pushed him back with it, 1-1. Just a little bit low. 2 balls and a strike. Tomlin still throwing a lot of strikes. 49 out of 67 pitches have been strikes tonight. And Teixeira has a glance off the bat, 2-2.
Well, Teixeira in the 4th inning picked down a curveball, man. One that was down maybe below the knees that he was able to lift and get out of here. And it got the Yankees on the board. That was his 16th home run this year. They're able to add one this inning. And he's hitting now with a 2-2 count.
And he just hit another one. And that one's way out of here. Deep into the lower deck. 2-run homer. And just like last night, the Yankees have flipped the script and they have taken a 4-3 lead. It's just in reverse. Last night it was the Yankees who scored early and then did nothing, and the Indians came back. Tonight, just the opposite. The Indians get 3 in the first. They haven't been able to score since, and now the Yankees have come all the way back to take the lead.
Well, the last time up we showed you the good low curveball he hit. This time it's a heater down and in, and this is a streaky guy. When he gets in on a roll, he can get awfully hot. So it's back-to-back home runs for Teixeira in 2 at-bats, and he gives the Yankees a 4-3 lead.
And a strike to Brian Roberts, who is 0 for 2 tonight.
13th home run now given up by Josh.
Broken bat. Kipnis will grab it. The inning is over, but the Yankees, with 3 in the 5th, have taken a 4-3 lead. Well, New York now leads at 4-3, so the Indians have to get back to work offensively. Top of the order, Jason Kipnis will lead off here in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, great time to do it if you can respond here. The Yankees have scored in 2 straight innings. Now you're going through for the 3rd time against Brandon McCarthy. He settled down the 2nd time and gave up only just 1 hit. 5 hits his first time through the lineup. It's funny when you look at his numbers, it's the total opposite that I have on my card here. The first time through the lineup, he usually gives up a 208 batting average, and the 2nd time a 369. The exact opposite tonight.
A little bit outside. 3-1 for Kipnis.
Get that first man aboard.
Bounced to short. Ryan will throw him out. 1 away.
Well, it'll be Sugardale Dollar Dog Night tomorrow as they close out this 4-game series with the New York Yankees. It'll be the last time to see Derek Jeter at Progressive Field. He will be saying goodbye tomorrow. So Dollar Dogs all night long. Visit Indians.com for the details.
As Dribble Cabrera 1 for 2 on the night with a base hit back in the second inning. Cabrera lines one deep down the left field line. That is a fair ball, and into the corner it goes. Cabrera into second base with a 1-out double. And that's going to bring up the red-hot Michael Brantley, and before he gets in, let's send it down to Katie Witham. She's got our Here Right audiology sounds of the game.
Well, Matt, there's no doubt that Michael Brantley's been the Tribe's all-star all season long. Last night, his starting pitcher, Trevor Bauer, talked about how much confidence they have in him each time he steps up to the plate.
I mean, even the outs he makes are good outs. He has good at bats, and it's almost like people take a sigh of relief when he gets to the plate, because it's like, okay, Brantley's at the plate. We're in a good spot.
Yeah, you're expecting something good to happen. He's exactly right. He's been like everybody else watching him play all year long. He goes to the plate, you're saying, okay, here we go. Here's a knock.
Yeah. You almost just expect every time he's up, he's going to get a hit.
Well, I will say this. Every time he's up, you're going to get a quality at bat.
To first base, Teixeira was guarding the line, and he took extra bases away from him with a good play there. 2 down. Cabrera moves over to third.
You can see Teixeira playing the line for the most part. Awfully tough to get one down there. So he makes the play. That'll be out number 2. So it's going to take another 2-out base hit now.
Well, let's see if Carlos Santana can deliver. He's 0 for 1. Walked his last time up. Santana not in agreement with home plate umpire Tom Woodring in the count 1-1. You know, 3 of the first 4 hits the Indians had against McCarthy were to the opposite field. And so was the double this inning by Cabrera. Looks like he's tried to combat that by pitching in more. But this time Santana gets him with a base hit to right field to tie the game. It's the old adage of when you go in, you've got to get it in, way in. Because if you miss out over the plate, you're in the danger zone with a left-handed hitter, and that time Santana was able to put a good swing on it.
Boy, he sure did. He dropped the barrel head of that bat right on the baseball, and that's another big 2-out base hit. Swisher had one in the first, so 3 runs have come across now with 2 outs. They tie the ball game, and they stop that momentum, and they nice job by Santana.
Well, that was an unintentional pitch that went in for McCarthy. You could see McCann was set up away, but the pitch leaked back over the inside part of the plate, and Santana unloaded on it. Now Chisenhall looking to do some 2-out damage. There's the pitch we've been talking about. The pitch to keep the hitters honest, especially those left-handed batters who've been able to take pitches that have been out over the plate and drive them to the opposite field. Off the plate, but an easy play for Roberts to end the inning. But the Tribe with another big RBI hit, this one from Santana. It plays Cabrera, and we're back to even at 4-4. Now for our AT&T fan photo of the game. And remember, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have them shown during one of our games this year. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Ichiro Suzuki taking. It's a strike on the outside corner. A little bit outside, 1-1. Back out of play. Scott Atchison getting loose in the Tribe bullpen. Tomlin just about to make his 75th pitch of the night. Curveball fouled out of play.
Yeah, this is where you have to keep an eye on them now because they've scored in the last 2 innings. Third time through the lineup. And on the year, he has a high ERA in the 6th inning.
A little bit low, 2-2. Breaking ball. Kipnis scoops it, flips it, got him. One away. Our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Indians jumped out to the early lead tonight. Nick Swisher, a two-out, two-run single, made it 3-0 Indians. New York battled back, though, and Mark Teixeira's second home run of the night, a two-run shot, put the Yankees in front 4-3. But Carlos Santana would quickly answer with an RBI single of his own, and we're deadlocked at 4. Pitch outside, on the corner, a strike to Zoilo Almonte. Ripped foul, and it's 0-2. A little bit inside, and a count 1-2. Oh, he chased one in the dirt. Gomes has to pounce on it. He does, and throws him out 2 away.
That had some great spin to it because that ball hit and it was like a wedge shot. It just stopped. It quit rolling away from him. I don't know if it had the spin coming off his mask or how it deflected off of him, but watch how this ball stops.
I think that's what happened. It hit his shoulder.
Shoulder and then the half of the mask, and that ball hit and it came back to him. That was a good break. You think that ball's going to go away from him. Boy, it didn't, and it worked out well for the Indians. That's strikeout number 4 for Tomlin.
Zealous Wheeler with a liner to right, caught by Murphy, and the Yankees go 1-2-3. So a good, strong inning for Josh Tomlin. We are tied at 4. Four, bottom of the 6th now. Nick Swisher, David Murphy, and Yan Gomes for the Indians. Swisher, a 2-out, 2-run single in the first. Lined out to second his last time up. Now the count evens at 1-1. Swisher with a line smash into right field. A base hit to start the home half of the 6th. His second hit of the game. Hey, earlier today before the ball game, Katie Witham caught up with Lonnie Chisenhall to get his thoughts on Corey Kluber for the All-Star game.
Thanks, Matt. Well, guys, at home, we still need your help to get Corey Kluber to the All-Star game, win that final vote. I'm here with Lonnie Chisenhall. Lonnie, why should fans vote for Kluber?
Just so, I mean, the players in the NL have to face what the guys in the AL have to face, you know, night in, night out against him. A couple other reasons. He's good at golf. He's tall. He's good looking. I cut the sleeves off his shirt. Ton of other reasons, but mainly, you know, he's just nasty. And, you know, guys don't want to face him. You ask anybody who wants to get in the box. They don't want any part of it.
And we want to see that at the All-Star game. All you have to do is log on to Indians.com or MLB.com/vote and vote for Kluber, guys.
Lonnie with the straight-face comedy. That was pretty solid right there, huh? He's got some pretty good chops.
Well, they're doing, like you said earlier in the game, they're doing anything they can to see if they can get their teammate and their friend into the All-Star game.
Right now, David Murphy doing anything he can to try to get Nick Swisher home. Pops it to left and in to make the catch Almonte for out number 1. So up comes Yan Gomes, robbed of a hit his last time up on a terrific play by the shortstop Brendan Ryan.
We're getting to that point of the evening where last night it was Swisher's home run that Ellsbury lost in the sky, in the twilight.
I think it was even later than this,
though. It was a little bit later. It was about 10 or 15 minutes later.
But this is where that sky gets tricky, huh?
Yeah, it is. Right around 9.
Popped up foul, back out of play.
And, of course, there's got to be a little elevation to the ball to get it up above the light sometimes, you know, where tougher for the fielder to see.
Popped up foul, and that's out of play. It's 0-2. Gomes 1 for 9 in the series. His one hit was a home run. There's a high fly ball to left field. Back is Almonte. He's got room. Now coming in a little bit. 2 away. Joe Hayden and his friends will be playing a celebrity softball game at Classic Park in Eastlake coming up July 17th. You can get autographs, photos. There's a home run derby before the game. For tickets, log on to captainsbaseball.com. 2 down now for Chris Dickerson, who is 1 for 2 on the night. Back out of play. If the Indians win tonight, they get themselves back to the break-even mark. And, of course, a loss would drop New York back to 500 as well. Tigers have already won. They beat the Dodgers 4-1. 50th win of the year for the Tigers. Missed inside.
He has not been afraid to throw in there tonight. He's either trying to make that perfect pitch on the inside part of the plate or knock you back off of it.
Swing and a miss. Strikes him out to end the inning. 6 complete. And we are tied at 4. Saturday, beginning with the Cardinals taking on the Brewers on FS1. Then it's Baseball Night in America on Fox when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds. Our doubleheader begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and continues at 7 Eastern only on Fox. Brendan Ryan will lead off the 7th inning. Swings at the first pitch and hits it high and far, but foul.
Oh, he is. I'm going to tell you, he's going to go do it. I can tell you right now.
Breaking ball, and he drops in a dandy for strike 2. Brendan Ryan saying, "Are you sure? I didn't think that was a strike." Obviously, not as good as the first one that he swung at, but he's in the hole 0-2 now as Tomlin tries to strike him out for the 3rd time this evening. High fastball, and he got him again. The hat trick for Ryan as he strikes out to start the 7th inning. 5th K for Tomlin.
And it's the 3rd time for Ryan. He just said, all right, I'm going to change your eye level. From that curveball, you're going to go upstairs to a fastball. And he chases after it. Goes down for the 3rd time.
Now here's Jacoby Ellsbury, who has singled and doubled against Tomlin tonight and scored a run. Fastball strike at the knees. Bounced it in there. Well, Josh has been getting ahead of the hitters tonight.
That's beautiful. 22 of 28.
Pitch number 90. Just missed. That was one of those borderline pitches. Could go either way. Ellsbury getting the benefit of the doubt here, and he's ahead in the count 2-1.
Well, that makes a big difference no matter who you are. If you get that pitcher, 1-2 as a pitcher, and you got to make that hitter. Now he goes back to the same spot with a fastball, and Ellsbury didn't like that one. So 2 pitches in the same spot. One went one way, one went the other. And there's that fastball. That's like a perfect pitch.
That one, as you can see on the pitch tracker, just a little bit better. And that was enough to get the call. And the 2-2 now. Ripped foul on a breaking ball. Now the 2-2. Hit right at the shortstop Cabrera. Throws him out, 2 away, and we'll go to Al for a Mazda game break.
Hey, Matt, down at the Trop, Kansas City was cruising up 2-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the 4th inning, and Kevin Kiermaier hits his first career grand slam, puts the Rays ahead 4-2 during the 6th inning down at the Trop. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al. Here's Derek Jeter, 2 for 3 tonight, 2 singles and a run scored. Jeter, who was not in the starting lineup tonight, but was inserted only after Carlos Beltran was injured during batting practice. And Jeter swung at the first pitch every time up tonight, I think.
3 out of the 4.
That's right. Last time up, he took a pitch before he got the base hit.
Remember, he thought it was low?
Uh-huh. Carlos Beltran hit a ball in the batting cage, and it caromed off the side of the cage and struck him in the face, so he was taken out of the lineup. Jeter went in as the DH. Curveball, and he bounces it to third. Big hop for Chisenhall. And he throws him out. Yankees go 1-2-3, and since the home run by Teixeira, Tomlin has set down 7 straight. Time now for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. Another gorgeous night here at the ballpark as we take a look in from our Panini's overstuffed cam. Great look at the downtown skyline. Boy, great news in Cleveland. We found out a couple of days ago that Cleveland was awarded to host the Republican National Convention in 2 years.
Congratulations. Absolutely. That's great news.
That'll give a big boost to the downtown economy for sure. Not to mention the prestige comes with hosting a major event like that.
Yep, 2016. Got to see Eddie Tampa. Congratulated him because he's going to have a lot of work on his plate.
Poor Ed, what hair he has left might be gone by then.
No, it's not much. No, it's gone now. He said, be careful what you wish for.
All right, Jason Kipnis trying to start the Indians off here in the 7th. He is 1 for 3 tonight. I think the Yankees learned their lesson last night. They gave him pitches out over the plate, and he could handle them. They've tried to smother him tonight.
Well, 10,000 fans will get a Kenny Lofton jersey, and that's courtesy of Key Bank. That'll all take place Saturday as the division rival Chicago White Sox will come to town. Also, Rally Alley will be open out in left field all weekend long, so come on out and have a good weekend before we head into the All-Star break. And we'll be at Sunday, game number 93, I believe. Then a 4-day vacation, and it's back to work that following weekend in Detroit, 4-game series.
Yeah, this is number 90.
81, it'd be 94 then.
Pitch down and in. Cabrera's had a good night. He has singled, he has doubled, he has scored a run. Matt Thornton, the left-hander. Dylan Betances from the right side, taking a swig of water before he resumes throwing. And Cabrera fouls it away. 1-2 the count. McCarthy, you see there, right at 100 pitches.
I'll tell you, McCarthy's done a nice job settling down into this game for himself at that first inning where he gave up 3. Had 5 hits the first time through the lineup. You have to think he might have been a little nervous with his first start here in New York.
Cabrera hits a high drive to center, but playable for Ellsbury. 2 down. Here comes Joe Girardi. I don't know if he's going to make a pitching change or if he's just going to go out and chat. But don't forget the All-Star Game's coming up Tuesday from Minneapolis. Target Field. Coverage beginning at 4:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the game itself, 7:30 only on Fox.
Well, he did make the change.
Time for today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. And you got to believe it's going to be the left-hander Thornton to come on and face Michael Brantley. As Brandon McCarthy exits. Well, let's see, it has to be Matt Thornton, and that is exactly who we will see when we come back.
Final time on television. Tribe pitcher Corey Kluber needs your vote to get to the All-Star game. And you certainly want him to see him on the All-Star team. And it'll end tomorrow at 4 p.m. So get your vote. Make it. Do it all day tomorrow as well. Vote Kluber.
In the meantime, Indians All-Star Michael Brantley will be coming to the plate to face Matt Thornton, 37th appearance this year. Thornton came on last night and faced one batter, Lonnie Chisnall, and got him to fly out to center field. 2 down and the bases are empty. Brantley is 1 for 3 tonight. Outside ball 1.
Chisnall had a great at-bat against this guy last night. What was it, about a 12-pitch at-bat where he fouled off pitch after pitch before Thornton finally got him out. Flew out deep to center field. But it was a lot of fastballs. I think there was about 1 slider in there. Maybe 2.
Brantley bounces it to second base. And the inning is over. Tribe goes 1, 2, 3. We go to the 8th. Tied at 4. Authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. (4-4), 8th inning. Remember to stay tuned for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up right after the ball game here on Sports Time Ohio. Scott Atchison in now for the Indians, making his 37th appearance of the year.
Going to be a game for the bullpens. Both starters. Pretty good job tonight. They settled down. Talman showed me something going out there, getting three up, 3 down in the 7th.
McCann with a bouncer to second base, and Kipnis will throw him out 1 away. Mark Teixeira went down and got a breaking ball in the 4th inning for a solo homer. That was New York's first run of the game, but then in the 5th, he went down and got another one. This was a 2-run shot. It put the Yankees ahead at the time, 4-3. And that is the 37th multi-home run game of his career. First one he's had in 2 years. In fact, it came in July of 2012.
Go figure. No, he's been one of those typical home run hitters his whole career. He gets on a roll. He can be devastating. You don't want to pitch to him. But again, he's had some injuries this year. He does have 17 home runs now with the 2 tonight.
You know, that's the thing. I guess a lot of it comes with the territory in New York, the expectations. But I hear Yankee people saying, yeah, Teixeira's just not swinging the bat like they expected him to, and yet he's on pace to hit 30-plus home runs this year.
Exactly.
Pulls this one up the first base line. Santana, 2 down. Brian Roberts 0 for 3 tonight, 2 for 11 in the series. Mentioned earlier that the Tigers won today. They beat the Dodgers. If San Francisco can beat Oakland, they'll move into a tie for first in the NL West. But that's going to take some doing because Oakland has won 6 in a row. And they're going for their major league leading 58th win of the season tonight. Meanwhile, the Angels beat Toronto. The Angels continue to play well. They've won 8 out of 11. Toronto falling the other way. They've lost 8 of their last 11. And now Toronto's just 3 games over 500, and there for a while it looked like they were in position to really take command of the AL East. Fouled back. White Sox are shutting out Boston in the 7th inning at Fenway. If the Red Sox lose, they will fall to 39-52 on the year. Boston designated A.J. Pierzynski for assignment earlier today. Just a bit outside, and Roberts able to lay off, so a 2-out walk keeps the inning alive.
First walk by the Tribe pitching staff tonight. Tomlin didn't walk anybody. Very close pitch. This is where you want to keep an eye on Roberts now with 2 outs. And you've got a singles hitter up there right now.
And Atchison throws a dart in there for strike 1. Breaking ball slashed foul the other way. And it's 0-2. Two-strike pitch with 2 down. No, a throw to first instead, and Roberts able to get back easily.
Just paying attention to him, letting them know that we're thinking about you.
Kind of like a Hallmark card.
Yeah, that's right.
The 0-2 just reached for it to spoil it.
Well, it's almost like if you're an infield, just the way it's gone in this series so far. You almost want to cheat in.
Don't you?
The way he's been topping the ball in this whole series. That ball was about a foot outside. He's able to put it in play or just get a piece of it anyway. But, boy, how many times has he just smothered a ball? I think he has 3 infield hits in the series.
Yeah, I've got him for 3 infield hits. And let's see.
The line went to left field, I remember.
Yeah. I think that was his first At bat of the series, maybe. He also had a base hit to left field his first time up yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. You got to play this guy like he's bunting at third base every pitch, even when you get to 2 strikes. Because he's leaving the box half the time when he hits it. You see, he can't drive the ball like that. He's just trying to put it in play and go for singles. He's not trying to hit a gap. It's almost like he's hitting off that front foot. Amazing hands.
Well, he was a tremendous hitter in Japan before he even came to the United States. He had over 2,700 career hits in Japan. Swing and a miss. Atchison went up the ladder to strike him out, and that'll end the inning. We head now to the bottom of the 8th, still deadlocked at 4. Bottom of the 8th inning. Here at Progressive Field, Lonnie Chisenhall, Nick Swisher, David Murphy due up for the Indians. Actually, Carlos Santana leading it off. Then Lonnie Chisenhall, then Nick Swisher. And Dellin Betances coming on here in the 8th inning.
He got the save in game 1 of the series where he pitched 2 innings.
Yeah, it's interesting that Joe Girardi went to Matt Thornton just for the one batter there with 2 outs in the 7th inning. Even with all the left-handed hitters that the Indians have, Betances has been so good this year.
Well, he is their strikeout guy. You know, he's has brought him into games, you know, early. 5th, 6th inning when he needed strikeouts at times earlier. But the big man has 79 strikeouts in 52 1/3 innings.
You know, I hate to say this because it sounds like, oh, there you go, making crazy comparisons, but he's pitched so well that it reminds you a little bit of when they had Mariano Rivera setting up for John Wetland.
Well, in the 8th inning, yeah, when he was younger.
Yeah.
Wetland was lights out closer. Well, their bullpen has more strikeouts than anybody, the New York Yankees, and this is one big reason. You're going to see that breaking ball right on the outside. And it ended up going out of the strike zone, so he got Santana to chase. And Santana doesn't chase a lot of breaking balls in the dirt for strike 3. But he handled him easily.
Well, the big difference here is Betances is a multi-pitch guy, whereas Rivera obviously was just pretty much one pitch, one cut fastball that he rode to the Hall of Fame. Well, eventually he will.
Yeah, give him 5 years.
You've got to wait the necessary
give him
allotted
4 more
time.
after this one.
Safe to say he rode that cut fastball to becoming the greatest closer in the history of the game. 1-0 pitch. Fastball, but Betances has got a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and then come with that breaking ball.
Left-handed hitters have a little better chance against them. They have a 143 average compared to the right-handers that are hitting 115. So I'm saying, take your chances. That's why Girardi's not afraid to bring him in against left-handed hitters.
So he's 98 miles an hour, and plus at 6'8", it probably seems like the ball's getting on you in a hurry.
I think Jeff Nelson, another right-hander that was with Seattle and spent time with the Yankees, was about 6'8" as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why that's his number, 68.
That's what I was thinking when he first came in. 6'8". Chisenhall waiting. The 1-2 pitch. Chased a breaking ball in the dirt. And a close play as McCann had trouble getting a handle on it, but he does retire him for out number 2. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And Nick Swisher against his old club is having a pretty good series. He got the Indians on the board with their first hit of the game in Game 1, a home run. Last night he went deep to give the Indians the lead for good. And here tonight, a 2-out, 2-run single in the first, and a base hit his last time up. Time called. Dylan Betances, we talked about it in the series opener. He grew up in the backyard of the Yankees. New York City product. And a fastball strike. He was a starter his whole career in the minor leagues until last year. He finally decided, let's try him in the bullpen. And
what did he do wrong as a starter is what I want to know.
He couldn't get anybody out. Routine bouncer to first in a 1-2-3 8th inning for the Yankee right-handed setup man. We stay tied at 4. Take a look back at our keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Well, Josh Tomlin had one rough inning where he gave up 3 runs and allowed New York to come back and take the lead, but otherwise, pitched pretty solid game tonight.
Well, Teixeira is the guy that hurt Josh Tomlin with the 2 home runs. And it was the big 3-run homer in his last start against Kansas City. It was a 2-0 game, and he gave it up at the long ball, but the Indians came right back and tied it up, and it was really a good game between McCarthy and Tomlin. They pitched well. McCarthy gave up 3 in the first. Tomlin gave up 3 in the 5th.
And now it's a matter of who can get to whose bullpen first. And here in the 9th inning, bottom third of the order for New York. Zoilo Almonte, Zealous Wheeler, and Brendan Ryan. Fastball strike from Shaw. Wow. Almost an identical pitch. And a strike called. Almonte not happy. Broke his bat, and Jason Kipnis has an easy play there for out number 1.
Speaking of Josh Tomlin, he had another good curveball. He was thrown and got a few guys to chase that pitch down. He had 5 strikeouts. Had some cutters, elevated a fastball to Brendan Ryan right there. He went out there and set him down in the 7th, 1-2-3. So after that Teixeira home run, he settled in.
Up the middle, and it's off the end of the glove of Kipnis. He wasn't going to get him anyway. The ball was just too far out of his reach.
Well, it jams him, but he still had enough on it. This is a strong guy. Went right off the handle. And I think you were right. Even if Kipnis was able to field this ball, the plant, get up and throw would have been awfully tough for him to do. It'll go as a base hit, so a 1-out single for Wheeler. Now both teams with 9 hits. Identical line score, except the Yankees have 1 error, and the Indians are error-free tonight.
Top foul up the first base side. Down the left field line, but out in front of it. And it's foul. Oh, and 2 the count on Brendan Ryan. And it's outside. Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck. Shaw shaking him off. Has the sign he wants from Gomes. And it's fouled off again by Ryan, who's hanging in there. He does not want to strike out for a fourth time tonight. But he also wants to try to find a hole and punch one into the outfield here. See if he can get Wheeler to third. Shaw, meanwhile, is looking for either a double play ball or another strikeout. That slider backed up on him. And it's 2-2. In the ninth, tied 4-4. Hits are also even now at 9 apiece. Swing and a miss. Ryan strikes out for the fourth time tonight, and there are 2 down in the top of the ninth.
Took something off the slider and had Ryan out in front. Good pitch. Had that ball off the plate. Nothing he could do with it except swing and miss. That's 4 times tonight for Ryan.
That'll leave you talking to yourself in the dugout, I'm sure. Ellsbury steps in. He's 2 for 4 tonight with a single, a double, and a run scored. Pitch outside for ball 1. Foul tipped. It's 1-1. Ellsbury awaits the 1-1 pitch now. And a breaking ball hit to the second baseman, Kipnis. And Shaw breezes through the top of the ninth. 4-4 our score. Murphy, Gomes, Dickerson due up for the Tribe. Our score, bottom of the ninth inning. In-game box score brought to you by Hyundai. And right now for the Indians, they're going to have Murphy, Gomes, Dickerson coming up. Couple of hits down in the bottom third of the order. Adam Warren will be the new pitcher for New York. His numbers may be a little bit misleading. I mean, nothing wrong with his ERA, but I mean, think about how much better it would be when you consider that of his 14 earned runs allowed this year, 10 of those 14 came in 3 games.
Ouch.
He had 3 runs allowed in a game against Tampa, 3 against Oakland in a single game, and 4 against Baltimore in a game in June.
I'm hoping he gives up 3 in this inning.
1 is all you need.
Thank you, my friend. You're right. It's coming down to it. The Indians have an opportunity to look for a walk-off here.
Murphy singled back in the first. He's grounded out, flied out since. He might have been trying to end it with one swing. Instead, he's down 0-2. But you said it. This is a Yankee bullpen that can strike him out.
Oh, they lead the league, no question. They lead all baseball coming out of the bullpen. They've got some arms down there that can get some swings and misses.
He did not chase after it. And the count is 1-2.
Well, thought about it.
Fouled right back.
Good swing there. The Indians with 6 walk-offs here this year, 4 coming via the home run.
No breeze to speak of. The flags are pretty much barely rippling. 70 degrees at game time. Perfect night. Murphy strikes out, 1 away. And that's going to bring up Yan Gomes. Indians Live brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care is coming up next. Yan Gomes is 0 for 3 on the night. He flied out to left in the 6th. But it was one of those swings where he just missed connecting for a home run. He maybe just missed it off the barrel by a
he just got underneath, not even. You're talking when you're talking maybe a
quarter
fraction.
of an inch.
Yeah, that's about right. When you hit that ball up the barrel of your bat. Tell you what, though, instead of the home runs are always dramatic. How about a double and a single? Good curveball.
Good breaking ball over the outside corner. And it's 1-2.
Yeah, this guy has good stuff, too. So now, another 1-2 count, and now Gomes has to go into protection. Give me that fastball up, he says. I want it up. I can.
Warren's another guy who's been a starter his whole career until last year. They put him in the bullpen. He was a starter in every game of his minor league career. Even started his first game in the big leagues in 2012. But in 13, to the bullpen, young man.
Well, and you make that adjustment.
Gomes to right, but it hangs up for Suzuki. 2 down. Now, Adam Warren's a case, Rick, where he was terrific as a starter all through the minor leagues. Career minor league ERA, 3.11. I think with the Yankees, it was maybe more a case of necessity. It's like, hey, we need an arm in the bullpen. Let's move him there.
Well, if you can make that adjustment as a starter to get into that bullpen, and you know you're going to come out, you can increase your velocity.
Well, a lot of times we've seen
you don't have to have three pitches to come out of the bullpen.
Usually that's why you get sent to the bullpen,
right,
because you don't have that third pitch.
Yeah. I mean, you have a tough time getting through that lineup a couple of times. Well, coming out of the bullpen, you don't have to worry about it going through it even once. Not anymore. It's a specialty game.
Chris Dickerson.
No.
Takes it's 2-0. Dickerson joined the Indians a couple of days ago from Pittsburgh. Takes, it's up high, 3-0. He's picked up a hit in his first 2 games as an Indian. Actually, all 3 now, because he singled here tonight as well. Jason Kipnis would be next. The 3-0 is a called strike. And now the 3-1 offering. I'll give Dickerson credit. He was loading up, trying to do some damage with the 3-1, but fouled it straight back, and now full count.
Well, that's what you look for. You look for a fastball, and he fouled it off. You try and get on it. You know you're going to get it. He's not going to mess around with you. He doesn't want to walk anybody.
And he's trying to find the hole. It's off the glove of Wheeler. Dickerson's aboard with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th. And it will give Jason Kipnis a chance to bat. Tell you what, with 2 strikes, even though it was a 3-2 count, he's just putting the ball in play right there, taking it to the opposite side, and found enough of a hole to get a base hit.
Yeah, you need base. See, they're on the lines now. They're protecting doubles. So that's probably why that ball was a base hit. He was over on the line. Teixeira was on the line. So he found that hole. Now heads up for a ball that could bounce in the dirt. Get yourself into scoring position. The outfield for the Yankees will be playing extremely deep, trying to cut off anything hitting to the gap or over their heads. And if you're Dickerson at first and that ball finds a gap, get on your horse because they'll be sending you.
He runs well and draws a throw. Meanwhile, Jason Kipnis 1 for 4 tonight. His single came back in the first inning, and he would come around and score. I'll tell you the other thing, too, with Kipnis, he has the ability, we've seen it many times, to drive the ball to the opposite field. If he were to just get one off the wall in left field, it might be enough to score Dickerson from first base here.
Well, just find some outfield grass.
A little bit inside. And the reason I say that is because normally, late in the game, a reliever's going to make you beat him to the opposite field rather than give you something
you would think
you
so.
can pull.
He's going to make you, if you want to beat me, you got to go to left center to beat me. But mistakes can be made. You may want to throw a pitch away and happen to miss middle or in. That was a changeup there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Kipnis out front. This guy has good stuff. You can tell he was a starter. Curveball, slider, the changeup, and a fastball we've seen in this inning. Throw to first base. They want to keep Dickerson very close. They don't want anybody to steal second. At least give McCann an opportunity to throw the baseball.
Down low, 2-1 now. As Rick said, the Yankee outfield pretty much straight away, but deep. And the infielders also straight up. Kind of caught in between, and another breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 2-2. This little slider. So 2-2 count. Looking for a hanger. Kipnis with a banger, but it's right into the glove of Teixeira, and that'll end the inning. We've got extras tonight, tied at 4. Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Cody Allen now on for the Indians as we go to the 10th inning. Cody making his 44th appearance of the year. He's 3-2 with a 2.33 ERA. In 38 2/3 innings, he's walked 15, struck out 49, and the opposition has batted .201 against him. So Cody Allen has Derek Jeter, Brian McCann, and Mark Teixeira to face here in the 10th. So far this year, the Indians have been very good in extra inning contests. Cleveland overall is 6-3 in extra inning games, including a 4-2 mark here at home. The Yankees, on the other hand, this is really interesting. They're 4-4 in extra inning games. They haven't won one at home. They're 0-3 at home, but they're 4-1 on the road.
Okay. Well, extra innings. The Indians, I think, were the last team this year to play an extra inning ball game. But they have had their share. Looking at number 10.
Derek Jeter is 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a run scored. Cody Allen takes aim. Yankee fans in attendance chanting Derek Jeter's name, drawing the ire of the Tribe fans, and a swing and a foul tip. Tried to hold up, but he went around on the slider. And it's 0-2.
Well, you watch him. He wanted to check his swing. He couldn't hold up. Try and get it started for that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and has a little break to it and just couldn't stop it.
And the 0-2 fastball is fouled on the right side. Tenth inning here at Progressive Field. 4-4 our score. 0-2 pitch to Jeter. High fastball, and he's able to lay off. Now the 1-2. Wow, that's a tough pitch to lay off right there.
Well, he saw it once. He saw it once in the at bat, and he was able to. After that one time, he lays off of it. He said, "Nuh-uh, not going to check my swing again." Good hitters, he recognizes it.
Full count.
Come right back with that heater. Put it around the belt. But you can see after he had a look at that one slider, that one breaking ball from Cody, he was able to lay off the last two.
And the payoff pitch is low, ball 4. Cody walks the leadoff man. And Jeter is aboard for Brian McCann. You know, while we have a moment here, wanted to pass along our condolences to the family of your former teammate, Tom Verizor, who passed away last night at the age of 61.
Yeah. Very sad. Teammate of mine here for 4 years.
Native New Yorker.
Right. Played for Detroit, Cleveland, the Mets, Chicago. Terrific guy.
I didn't realize that before he came to the Indians, when he was with the Tigers, Verizor would drive in the last run at the old Yankee Stadium before they renovated it.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
That was his rookie year, 74 in the big leagues.
And growing up as a kid in New York, he was a huge Yankee fan, so what a thrill that was for him. And, of course, he was at shortstop the night you guys played behind Lenny Barker for the perfect game.
Yes, he was.
Line to left field. That's going to be a base hit for McCann. And Cody Allen is in trouble now here in the 10th. 2 on, nobody out. And Mark Teixeira is coming up.
Well, there's a pretty good swing there. He got a fastball elevated a little bit. He stayed on it. And you could see they were playing him to pull, but he lines it to left field. So the Yankees will have runners at first and second and nobody out. And a guy that's had a pretty good night tonight. Mark Teixeira early in the ball game got a breaking ball from Josh Tomlin. That was the solo shot back in the 4th inning. Got him on the board. And then in the 5th inning, a 2-run shot that ended up giving him the lead 4-3. Hit his 16th and 17th home runs.
Now the pitch to Teixeira, and it's in there, a fastball for a strike. 1-1 the count. Up and away with it. 2 balls, 1 strike. You know, you wonder sometimes teams that have better success in extra innings on the road as opposed to home, if that's a product of, okay, you're at home, a lot of times you're thinking, hey, 1 swing of the bat, hit one out of here and win it. So you get out of what made you a good hitter in the first place. On the road, you're not thinking about solo home runs.
Well, I think extra innings, a lot of times people are. You know, you try and get in there and you want to try and end the game or at least score. Manufacturing. But you might be right where that 1 swing of the bat, you get a chance to walk it off. Where if you're on the road, you hit it, you still got to get 3 outs.
The 3-1 pitch. Fouled right back. No, full count. So Cody desperately needing an out right here, especially with the most dangerous hitter in this Yankee lineup at the plate. Teixeira with 2 home runs on the night. Now time called.
Yeah, they got to make sure they are on the same page here. Allen's got to come back. You can't put him on here. You got to get an out somewhere. Ian Gomes going at it again.
Meanwhile, Terry Francona's going at it with that gum. Trying to burn some nervous energy. Hoping that Cody Allen can find a way to navigate this treacherous 9th inning, or the 10th inning now. 2 on, nobody out. 3-2 pitch coming. High pop. Shallow center. Brantley coming in. He's calling for it. 1 away. Boy, to come back from down 3-1 to get Teixeira right there is huge for Cody Allen.
Yeah, Teixeira had his chance. He had a 3-1 pitch, a good fastball to hit, and he fouled it off. And then Allen comes right back, throws another one, and got the out. He needed an out there.
You can see Teixeira telling Kevin Long, the Yankee hitting coach, the pitch was away. I don't know if he's talking about the one he missed 3-1 or the one he flew out on.
You know, he'll have time to think about it.
Brian Roberts 0 for 3 with a walk. 2 for 11 in the series. Breaking ball and a little bit high. John Axford getting loose now in the Tribe bullpen. Cody normally very sharp command, but tonight 8 balls, 8 strikes. Popped a foul, back out of play though. 1-1 the count. Left-hander Mark Zubchinski has also joined Axford. Chop to first, Santana. Goes to second, there's one, the return throw to first. Double play! Girardi will come out to argue, but the call on the field is an inning-ending double play. Santana with a terrific job to field it. Got off a sharp throw to Asdrubal Cabrera, who had to return fire to Cody Allen. The only question was Cody Allen's foot on the base here. Take a look. He's searching for it. I don't know.
I don't know if that cleat was on it or not. I don't know if his corner, maybe this will give us an idea. He's on top of the base. They're going to challenge it. He slides off the base.
I think he's going to be off.
Well, that's hard to tell. He slides off the base. They're going to review it.
Boy, that's tough because that was a terrific job by everybody, Cody included.
But you know, when you're running that fast to get to first base, his momentum carried it off. Was the back of his heel touching the base? I don't know. It was hard to tell. He was called out, so is there any evidence to prove that he was off the base?
They have to have clear and convincing evidence that his foot was off the base to overturn it. And they will take a look in New York.
All right, it's under review.
Field and Culbreth, your crew chief on the right-hand side. Standing next to Brian Knight, who made the call.
The Indians are 9 of 19 on their challenges. Let's take a look at it again. Allen got to the bag. They beat him. The throw beat him. Was his foot on the base? The umpire said yes, that was standing there. Now, did it come off the bag? Hard to tell. From that angle, he looks out, but is his foot on the base? Tough call.
Is his foot in contact with the base? It would appear that his foot came off the base. At least
if that's the case, then they won't get the double play, and they'll have guys at first and third. If they do, and they see something where his foot was off the base, Indians are going to be hit.
This is one of those deals where I think the longer it goes, the better you feel if you're the Indians. Because if there's doubt, then you can't overturn it. And that's the critical
this is the tough
element
thing about it here. When you're in a game like this, a game on the line, you got to sit out there. Allen's not throwing; he's just sitting there waiting to hear a call. You know, and everybody just standing around talking. Then you got to pick it back up. All right,
back
it's
to
overturned.
third base. So first and third, 2 down. And again, there's nothing. Everybody did everything they could. It's just that Cody Allen's trying to speed himself over there, but his foot's on top of the bag and it just simply slid off. There's nothing really you can do about it. He was there, but his foot just didn't stay on the bag.
Yeah.
So a tough break for Cody.
He got there. I mean, it's not like he was late or anything like that. Just one of those plays, a tough play. So that gets the Yankees one more opportunity here. First and third. There are 2 outs. Mickey Callaway now wants to come out and have a talk with Allen, the rest of his infield, and just about everybody that is out there.
Well, you got Ichiro coming up. He's always a tough out in these situations right here.
How many times has he topped the ball in this series? Boy, I want to see where the infield plays.
Because if he beats it out, Jeter scores from third, they have the lead. Mickey Callaway went out to talk things over with Cody Allen. And now Ichiro steps in. He had an infield hit his first time up, the third infield hit for him in the 3 games thus far. He has grounded out since twice, and he has struck out. That was his last time up. One off-speed pitch to get ahead.
He's just trying to slap it the other way. Atchison ended up throwing the fastball by him up here.
Yeah.
the last time up where he was, just trying to slap just like he did on that swing. He went high fastball and tied him up.
Among non-catchers, Ichiro leads all of baseball in deep knee bends. Nobody, I've never seen anybody do more than him that's not a catcher. In his first 16 pitches in the inning, Cody Allen was 8 balls, 8 strikes. He's pumped 4 straight strikes in there since. Trying to get out of the inning. First and third, 2 down. And the 0-2 pitch, high fastball. There he goes again. I don't know how the guy has any cartilage left. Runner goes at first. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Oh, what a job by Cody Allen to get out of some serious trouble here in the top half of the 10th inning. He exhales. And now we'll see if the Indians can walk it off when we come back. Fives if the Indians can bring home a run here in the bottom of the 10th. Cabrera, Brantley, Santana due up. Adam Warren, who pitched a scoreless 9th, stays on the pitch here in the 10th. Went to bunt, but he took it for a strike. Boy, how about the Red Sox? They got off the deck, came back, and won on the bottom of the 9th, 5-4 over Chicago. Cabrera down 0-2. Warren stayed down and in to see if Cabrera would swing again. He did not. Indians haven't had their leadoff man aboard since the 6th inning. Tribe had their leadoff man aboard in each of the first 3 innings. But the only time they got him home was in the first. Double plays short-circuited potential rallies in both the second and third innings tonight.
Yeah, they've had 6 hits in the first 2 innings. And then they scattered 4 the rest of the way, but they answered back in the 5th inning after the Yankees took the lead. And it's been tied at 4 ever since.
Hits are even at 10 apiece. Yankees have left 8. The Indians have stranded 6. Ground ball to short into the glove of Brendan Ryan. 1 away. Here comes Joe Girardi, and it looks like he's going back to his bullpen. He is. He wants the left-hander. And that's probably David Huff.
I would think so.
I don't think they have another left-hander. So a timeout here in the 10th. Still tied at 4. Michael Brantley is having some kind of season. He's hit in 6 straight games. He has 6 hits in the series. He's batting .379 on the year here at home. And he's going to be at the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th.
Well, he's looking for another hit to go with 6 multi-hit games consecutively. He has one. Got one, you remember, in his first at-bat. Well, he's going to get former teammate David Huff.
David Huff's second appearance in the series, 10th appearance on the year for New York. The newly bespectacled David Huff. One thing I noticed, it's a little different from when we last saw him in Cleveland. When he pitches from out of the stretch, he sort of closes himself off. I don't know if that's in an effort to maybe kind of throw across his body to give him a little different angle. Going from the straight windup here tonight. Gets ahead with a quick strike to Brantley. It's a ball outside and the count 1-1. Again, it's just off the plate.
Yeah, they're close. He hit with the first one, and he wanted one of those next 2. But now Brantley with the count in his favor. Michael doesn't give in to anybody. You can see he's hitting .279 against lefties.
Brantley went chasing after that one, and it's 2-2.
I will give Huff credit. He's been in the same spot almost every time. This one might have had a little movement to it. I don't know if that was a cutter or not, but Michael upset with himself because, you know, he swung at the worst pitch he's seen so far.
Missed up and away. And Brantley's worked the count full. I thought he had signaled a breaking
like a
ball.
little cutter. Looked like a cutter
Yeah.
away, like he just threw the pitch before that, I believe. He first put down fastball in, and Huff didn't want to throw that.
Payoff pitch. And Brantley spoils it. Carlos Santana waiting on deck. Bottom of the 10th. Tied 4-4. Huff has thrown 6 pitches in this at-bat to Brantley. And Michael spoils another one. Now the 3-2 is low and away, ball 4.
That's just a great at-bat. I mean, he fouled off a couple of really good 2-strike pitches. And now the winning run is on first base.
Carlos Santana will be the batter. He's 1 for 3 tonight with an RBI. That base hit drove in a run back in the 5th. In fact, that was the hit that tied this game up at 4 apiece. For the year, Santana has been a much better hitter from the right side of the plate. But most of his home runs have come from the left side. He's also been very clutch in extra innings. Takes a little bit low.
That means you're hungry and you want to get hits and you want to go in and have the spread.
The 1-1, no, a throw to first instead. He almost handcuffed Teixeira with it.
The gun had him at 87 going to first.
Brantley does have 10 stolen bases on the year. And again, he had Teixeira turning the glove over.
Teixeira now is going to have to give him signs on what he wants thrown to first. He put some velocity on that ball over there.
This is what I was talking about before when he works out of the stretch. Pitch down and in. He brings that lead leg over and really closes himself off. Maybe to help with a little deception coming out of the stretch. I don't know.
Maybe trying to hide the baseball.
Outside corner. Santana not in agreement now, and it's 2-2.
Now, we know one thing. Huff doesn't have movement on his pitches. It's pretty straight. That cutter that he threw to Brantley was the first time I've ever seen him throw a cutter. Does have the curveball, but a straight fastball and a changeup.
The 2-2. Just missed a full count.
Throw to first. They're thinking Michael might be off and running on this pitch. 3-2 count. So they'll take a chance on throwing over in case he's going. Of course, if he is going this situation, you have to make sure he's throwing to home plate first before you go.
The payoff pitch. Ball 4. Huff has walked the first 2 that he has faced. He came on with 1 out in the inning. And now Lonnie Chisenhall will bat with the winning run in scoring position. And pitching coach Larry Rothschild going to make a visit to Huff as Joe Girardi says, tell him not to walk anybody.
Well, he's been close to those 2 guys, but they've been patient enough.
Yeah, it's not like he's throwing all over the place.
No, he's not. He's been awfully close. Brantley fouled off a couple of good 2-strike pitches and ended up getting the walk. Santana guy, you expect him to hang in there and get to 3-2. He's second in the league in walks.
Well, Lonnie Chisenhall tonight is 0 for 4. He had an RBI ground out in the first, grounded into a double play in the third, grounded out to second base again in the 5th inning, and then struck out in the 8th. He is now officially in position to qualify for the batting title. So he's got enough plate appearances. Now it's time to start putting up more numbers. Down low, ball 1. He's actually now dead even with his teammate Michael Brantley. They're both hitting .327. Jose Altuve began the night leading the league at .341. Beltre was second at .333. Upstairs, he missed, and it's 2-0. "16 pitches for Huff, only 6 of them for strikes." The 2-0. Well, Lonnie had one, but he swung over the top. It's 2-1.
There it is. It looked like a little cutter again.
Oh, he had one and fouled it back. 2-2. Outfielders have shortened up a bit because they've got to be able to cut down the potential winning run. Brantley, who's in scoring position. So Ichiro definitely shortened up in right field. back out of play. Brantley, the winning run at second base. Nick Swisher waiting on deck. Terry Francona, eyes on Lonnie Chisenhall. And the 2-2 from Huff. Ball 3, a full count.
Oh, boy. Well, you would figure after walking the first two guys, they've got to hit their way on. You would think he's got to throw a strike here.
Payoff pitch. Popped in the air. Foul. And out of play. We're in the bottom of the 10th. Chisenhall, a chance to win it. The 3-2 from Huff. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. 3 straight walks in the inning.
Haven't had to get a hit to get the job done. It's all been by David Huff. And look at Girardi. He's talking right now how he wants to play his defense. It's Swisher at the plate. He's going to go out and have a talk unless he's going to make a pitching change. Yes, he is.
Yeah. He has to, doesn't he?
Well, Huff, yeah. He didn't. Nobody had to hit their way on. He walked 3 guys coming on with 1 out in the inning and 3 straight walks.
So the Indians have a chance to win it. We've got a timeout with the bases loaded and 1 out on the bottom of the 10th. Remember back on June the 19th? Just a little less than a month ago. Bases loaded. Nick Swisher with a walk-off grand salami. Well, he's up here with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Yeah, you don't need a salami.
No, the Yankees have the infield in. They've got the outfield in. Sean Kelly coming into a tough spot after David Huff walked 3 straight to load him up with 1 out.
Nick Swisher's been swinging the bat much better.
He's 2 for 4 tonight.
Yeah, had a 2-out RBI single.
Fouled back. He related a story to me earlier tonight in the dugout. He said I remember the first time I got called up to play in a spring training game in my life, and I said I was so nervous. He said I went up there for my first at bat, watched strike one go by, watched strike two go by, watched strike three go by, and went back to the dugout. And he said Ron Washington came down to him and said, "Man, there's nobody that's ever gotten a hit in the history of this game that didn't take the bat off their shoulder," and walked away. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. As you've always said, a swinging bat is a dangerous bat, but Nick looked like he was trying to hit that one 6 miles.
It's all right. You swing and you miss. You got one to go. You got a big strike to go. You got to find a way to put it in play.
The 1-2. Downstairs with a breaking ball to even the count.
Trying to change the eye level there, trying to get him to chase his breaking ball.
Boy, now for Kelly, this is a huge pitch because he's got nowhere to put him.
You're right. I mean, that's a tough situation when you're coming out and you got the bags drunk, man. They're sitting out there, they're loaded, and you're sitting. You got to throw strikes. You have to pitch ahead in the count, and he has done that. Now it's 2-2, and you're right. Very important pitch because you don't want it to get to 3-2. Swisher has a good enough eye. He'll take a walk as well. But the Indians having to do any damage to get their base runners. 3 straight walks by Huff.
And the 2-2. Swung on and missed. He got him. Boy, he didn't give in. He took something off of that pitch.
Yes, he did. He threw the slider. And I'll tell you what, it was a dandy. Swisher comes up empty. Yeah, he did. You can see him out front. That's that approach. You want to try and stay on the baseball and drive it to left center. Swisher's been doing that, but he swings and misses. Now it's up to Murphy. The infield can go back. The outfield can drop back to normal depth. And we'll see if David Murphy can pick up his team.
Murphy looks at a ball downstairs. He is 1 for 4 tonight. He singled his first time up. He knows a little something about Sean Kelly.
Well, I'll guarantee that Murph's going to just try and get a base knock.
There's a drive down the right field line. Foul ball. Oh, baby. Goes out of our view. Let's take another look. How close was it?
Well, it was close. Anyway, you want.
About a foot, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how close. It was just too bad it was foul. That would have been ball game. But he got that slider down and in, and he dropped the head on it.
Count 1-1. Bases loaded, 2 down. Bottom of the 10th, tied at 4. And the 1-1. And a foul back. And now Kelly's 1 strike away from getting out of it. Nick Swisher's just beside himself right now.
Well, heads up if you're Michael Brantley at third base. That slider he may go to, that looks like that's his pitch. He could bounce it. He could change the eye level of Murphy and throw that fastball above the letters.
And the 1-2.
There it was.
Bouncing ball to short. Ryan goes to first. And the Yankees get out of it. The Indians leave them loaded. And we go to the 11th. Still deadlocked at 4. Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. We play on. 11th inning. John Axford will be the 5th Indians pitcher to work here tonight. And Axford has the bottom third of the Yankee order coming up here. 40th appearance this year for John. He's 2-3, 363 earned run average.
Well, again tonight, the Indians bullpen has given Terry Francona 3 innings. Atchison came in, did a nice job, won his inning, had a strikeout and a walk. Shaw had a strikeout. Cody Allen worked his way. He had a hard work to do. The first 2 reached, but he pitched his way out of it. We are into the 11th inning, and it's John Axford now on for the Tribe.
Zoilo Almonte is 1 for 4 on the night. This is the 6th time, and now the Indians' 10th extra inning affair this year, that they've gone at least 11 innings.
Well, and when you get into a situation like this, one more game tomorrow with the 4-game series, this is a big swing game. You get this win, you feel really good about yourselves with a chance to win the series tomorrow, whether you're the Indians or you're the Yankees. And both are playing for that same thing.
Swung on and missed. Axford strikes him out. 1 away. Well, Rick, the Indians had won 6 straight extra inning affairs before they lost to the Tigers here at home back on June 21st, 5-4 in 10 innings. Then they went on that road trip out west, lost the first game of that trip, remember, in Arizona. That went 14 innings.
Right.
That's their season long. Lost 9-8. In that affair to the Diamondbacks.
Kelly Johnson pinch hitting here.
Tribe also had back-to-back 13-inning games against Detroit and Baltimore in May. And those 2 games almost torched the bullpen. I mean,
well, that can do it. The Indians bullpen got torched on game 1 of this series, where they had to go and give you 7 innings in that ball game.
Right at Kipnis. He'll throw out Johnson. 2 down. But they have responded. The Indians bullpen called upon to do extra duty in game 1, but they've responded very well. Brendan Ryan, 0 for 4, has punched out all 4 times tonight. Fouls this one out of play to the right.
You got to try and put one in play, don't you? He's getting after it early. You don't want to go down 5 times.
What happens after the golden sombrero?
I don't know.
What did you have? You went. You were going for.
I had 5
in a row.
Yeah. It's not a good feeling.
And then you said you went up the next game, first at bat?
Yeah, it was extra innings. I was down 0-2 in the count. I ended up hitting a home run, and I hear my guys on the bench, come on, you can do it. We had Bill Melton on the team then, and he had a record like he struck out 9 times in a row. back when he was with the White Sox.
1-1 pitch upstairs. Well, Bill was always swinging for the fences, though, huh?
Yeah, Bill, he was good. We ran into him in Chicago.
Yeah.
He works for the White Sox now, doing their pre- and post-game shows. Uncle Melty.
Might be one of the few times tonight, if not the only time, that Ryan's had the count in his favor. And now it's 3-1.
You know, this is the guy you don't want to walk, and you certainly want to make him put the ball in play.
You got Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck. He walked him. 2-out walk. Keeps the inning alive. Turns it over to Ellsbury. Ellsbury tonight has 2 hits, a single, a double, and a run scored. And he has grounded out 3 times. Axford gets ahead with a fastball for strike 1. Low throw, but Santana's there. A little bit high. 1-1. Upstairs again. 2 balls and a strike. The 11th inning. Axford had 2 outs before he walked Brendan Ryan, the number 9 hitter. Now he's fallen behind Ellsbury after a first pitch strike. 2-1. Smash to first. Santana has it. And the inning is over. We'll head to the bottom half of the 11th. Still tied at 4. 4-4, bottom of the 11th. For the Indians, Gomes, Dickerson, Kipnis due up. Kelly Johnson stays in at third. Sean Kelly stays in on the hill. He got out of a tough spot in the 10th inning. David Huff walked all three that he faced. He left with the bases loaded and 1 out. And then Kelly struck out Swisher and got Murphy to ground out to end the inning. Yan Gomes 0 for 4 tonight. Whoa, ball 1. Outside corner, evens the count of 1-1. Upstairs with it. Chris Dickerson waits next. Fastball and a good one.
Right there. Outside corner.
Now the 2-2. Outside and a full count. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Boy, after all that, he gets the strikeout, his second. One down here in the bottom of the 11th.
Well, that's his bread and butter, man. That's a good slider. It comes off, and he has enough off. It's about 83 miles per hour, and you can see the hitters are out in front. He has a good fastball that he's been spotting.
Up comes Chris Dickerson, who is 2 for 4 tonight. Dickerson 4 for 9 since joining the Indians now. All 4 hits have been singles.
Looked like he might have hurt himself out there on that pitch. Girardi coming out with the trainer. He fell off. I think he was more upset at himself than anything else. He said, I think he said he slipped. That's what Girardi says. You okay? I think he said he slipped. Watch that landing foot. See if he lands and does something crazy. No, nothing on his landing foot, but he spins and nothing serious.
Now the 1-0 to Dickerson. Missed inside. Boy, for all the talk about how bad Houston was last year, and they were, and how bad they were going to be this year, and they haven't been real good. They're beating Texas 8-4 in the 8th. If they win, they move into a tie with Texas for 4th in the AL West. Or more importantly, Texas would fall into a tie for dead last in the division.
And
however you want to look at it.
They're right there with the amount of wins that Boston has.
Yeah.
Although you said Boston came back to win tonight.
Yeah, they did. That's a nice win for John Farrell's club in what has been a disappointing season in Boston. No doubt the defending world champs have struggled. Kelly's retired all 4 that he's faced, and up comes Jason Kipnis with 2 down here in the 11th. Kipnis 1 for 5 tonight. Back out of play. Just a bit outside. And the count is now 1-2. Minnesota blanking Seattle 5-0 out at Safeco Field in the second inning. San Francisco leads Oakland 1-0 in the third. Kipnis with a fly ball center field. And Ellsbury makes the catch. The Indians go 1-2-3 and will go to the 12th. Don Axford, who worked a scoreless 11th, will stay on to start the 12th inning now. Derek Jeter, Brian McCann, and Mark Teixeira are due up for the Yankees. Mark Sipchinski is up once again in the Indians' bullpen. The Indians have used 5 pitchers tonight, all 5 right-handers. Derek Jeter has 2 hits. He has walked. He has scored a run. Upstairs, ball 1.
Yeah, the only difference in the line score here, Matt, both teams 4 runs, both teams 10 hits, both have left 9. The Yankees have 1 error. That is the difference.
Strike call with a good breaking ball. Yeah, and that error came early. It was in the first inning, and it's a, looking back on it now, it's a costly error.
Yes, it was. Gave the Indians the extra out, and they took advantage of it, and they put 3 on the board.
Brian McCann waits on deck. Left-handed hitter. Then you got the switch hitting Mark Teixeira, which I imagine that's why Zipchinski's up. This could be the only batter Axford faces in the inning. The 2-2. Struck him out looking. Painted the outside corner with a pretty good fastball. Jeter has his save, but I think it was a good pitch.
Tom Woodring, that's Jeter's going to let him know, but I'll tell you what, let's look at it. That's a heater.
Oh,
boy,
man,
oh boy, that might be just a perfect pitch.
Yeah.
That was a perfect pitch, and now Terry Francona going to the mound. Axford, good job tonight.
Inning in the third scoreless. Walked 1, struck out 2. Mark Zipchinski coming on when we come back. Four 4 is our score. We're in the 12th inning, and on comes Mark Zipchinski. And a left-hander for his 44th appearance this year. And he's got Brian McCann, left-handed hitter, due up. Zipchinski has been a guy that Terry Francona has called on a lot this year. He and Cody Allen both have appeared in 44 games. That's second most in the American League. McCann drove in a run with a sac fly back in the 5th inning. He singled his last time up back in the 10th. Both teams have had a chance to win it here in extra innings. Yankees had their first 2 on to start the 10th. They would wind up with runners at first and third with 2 outs, but could not cash in. Indians had the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 10th and did not score. Now here in the 12th, McCann down on the count 0-2. Zepchinski with a 1-2 delivery, and it's hit the first. And another fine play defensively by Santana. Boy, he's getting better and better over there with the glove at first base.
You know, I really think that with him working so hard, playing third base over the offseason and into spring training at the start of this year, his footwork has been so much better over at first base. You know what I mean? To get over and get at ground balls and things like that. He may still have some work to do with the footwork around the bag, but fielding the grounders and things, you're right. He's been much better.
Yeah, there's more to the position than any one facet. You're right. There's a lot that goes into it, whether it's fielding the throws, picking it on the low
the
throws,
stretches, going to the right
things.
foot, and when to come off the bag, picking it. A lot of work over there, but he's worked hard, and he is getting better. You can see the improvement.
Well, 2 down, and Mark Teixeira, the batter. Both of his home runs tonight came from the left side of the plate. Only 2 home runs this year for Teixeira have come as a right-handed batter.
This is a guy, though, in his career has had a number of games. I'm thinking around a dozen that he's homered from both sides of the plate in the same game. There you'll see 4 for 13 against Zepchinski.
Three and 1 the count with Brian Roberts on deck. Zepchinski, very familiar with both these guys. Probably more so with Roberts after the many years he spent in the AL East with Toronto. Swing and a miss, full count.
Yes,
3-2, he struck him out. Zepchinski fans Teixeira to end the inning, and we'll go to the bottom of the 12th with the meat of the order coming up for the Tribe. Cabrera, Brantley, Santana. All right, bottom of the 12th inning. And New York goes back to their bullpen for Chase Whitley, who has started 10 games this year. All 10 of his appearances have been as a starter. He's 3-2 with a 5.14 ERA. But coming out of the bullpen here in the 12th inning.
Well, and he's going to face 2, 3, and 4 in the Indians lineup. Batter's hitting .315 against him, as you saw.
The Yankees, of course, lost CC Sabathia to the DL and been out without him for a while, but it looks like pretty much he's done for the year.
Well, Nova on the DL.
Then they lose Tanaka to the DL today. They had just traded for Brandon McCarthy, who made the start in today's ball game, and so Chase Whitley, who had been in the rotation, who knows what to make of where the Yankees go from here.
Yeah, when you lose the starters, that's tough to fill the void. You know, you just can't dip down to the minor leagues and say, hey, let's bring a guy up and he can go every 5 days and do it at this level.
Bouncing ball through the right side of the infield. And Cabrera is aboard to start the bottom of the 12th for the Indians. First ball swinging, he jumped on it.
Well, he was looking fastball, and guess what? He gets a fastball, and he drills it in the hole between first and second. So the winning run on base for the Indians here in the 12th.
And Michael Brantley, 1 for 4 tonight, is the batter. Brantley walked his last time up. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Whitley delivers, and Brantley sends a fly ball right field. Suzuki on the move, makes the catch, and back to first goes Cabrera, 1 away.
I don't know if you noticed this. I just watched McCann picks up Brantley's bat, took a nice look at it like, I want to see what this guy's swinging. You know, held it out in front to say.
I'm sure there's a lot of guys around the league that might be doing that. Where can I get me one of these? Sometimes it's not necessarily the hammer, it's the carpenter.
Oh, there's no question. But sometimes, you know, when those carpenters can hammer their nails, that hammer feels really good. You know, just because he can hammer them well.
Chase Whitley making his major league debut this year. Alabama native, who was a 15th round pick of the Yankees back in 2010 out of Troy University.
Where's that, Michigan?
I don't even know. Murph thinks it's in Alabama.
Yeah, he would know.
I'll go with Murph.
I will too.
Santana takes a strike. He started at Southern Union Community College and then transferred to Troy. And then the Yankees made him a 15th round pick, and he's clipped through the system swiftly, and why not? He was 19-14 in 4 minor league seasons with a 2.66 ERA. Yeah, Troy, Murph says, is in Alabama.
I think Murph went there, did he? That's why he knows.
Yeah. One. Santana.
Change up.
He takes, it's a strike, 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss. Santana strikes out. 2 down. Then up comes Lonnie Chisenhall. Lonnie takes it's ball 1. Outside, 2-0. You know who went to Troy? O.C. Umenyiora. Remember from the New York Giants?
Yeah. Wow, you're quick.
So they got a pretty decent football program. Lonnie Chisenhall awaiting the 2-0 pitch. Caught the outside corner. And it's now 2-1. Cabrera had the leadoff single here in the 12th, but Brantley flied to right. Santana struck out.
We have a change-up's coming. Yes, sir. You watch that changeup, you'll see Chisenhall's out in front. He's got good movement on that pitch. Down and away, that was excellent location. Well, the Indians started the game today hitting with runners on, 3 for 6. But since that point, they've been 1 for 15.
And we play on. We'll go to the 13th, still tied up at 4. is our score. And Mark Zipchinski, who got the last 2 outs of the 12th inning, staying on now, at least to start the inning for the Tribe. You've got Brian Roberts, switch hitter, then Ichiro Suzuki and Zoilo Almonte, both left-handed bats after that. Starting to get some action once again on the Indians bullpen. Looks like Kyle Crockett will get up. And also Vinny Pistano. So the Indians still have some arms left out in that bullpen.
To go at least 4 or 5 more innings.
Bite your tongue.
Well, like I said a couple innings ago, this is that big swing game here, where if you're the team on the winning side, you got a lot of momentum going into tomorrow, feeling good about yourselves. This is the one you certainly want to win.
Roberts rips it off the glove maybe of Chisenhall into left field, and the Yankees get their leadoff man aboard with a single. Looked like it went right off the tip of his glove. I couldn't tell exactly.
That ball was smoked. I got to tell you, that ball was hit hard. And you watch it. It will go off his glove. He didn't have a whole lot of time to get it up there, did he?
It looked like he was just a fraction of a second late getting it up there. Otherwise, he'd have snared it.
That's because that ball was hit so hard. Watch Roberts. He thought he had a chance to catch it, but it went off the fingers of the glove like the baby finger, and it ticked out there. That was hit so hard.
Now Ichiro. Ball 1. Well, the Indians had a leadoff single in the bottom of the 12th and did nothing with it. The Yankees get a leadoff single here in the 13th, and we'll see what they can do. Ichiro tonight, 1 for 5. One on one to count. Swung on and missed. Did you see how far out in front he was? I mean, Ichiro's one of those guys who he looks a little off balance a lot of times when he swings, but this time he was truly off balance. He's always able to keep his hands back, even as far front as his weight may shift, but that time he couldn't stay back.
Well, the way he's been hitting them into the ground, it would be just like bunting a ball.
Swung on and missed. Zipchinski strikes him out. 1 away. Boy, that was some pretty good pitching right there because he was able to slow it down and get him out front, and then he tied him up with a good pitch to get him out.
And then he made him use his hands after he was out running and swinging and way out in front, so you figure, okay, I'm going to try and slow it down, but then Zipchinski speeds it up.
Fouled off to the right. Zoilo Almonte. Base hit back in the 4th inning. He has struck out 3 times tonight. Bounce towards third. Chisenhall to second. There's one. Kipnis trying to turn 2, and they will. Around the horn, they go 5-4-3 to end the inning. And we'll go to the bottom half of the 13th. 4-4 is our score. 4-4, bottom of the 13th. For the Indians, Nick Swisher, David Murphy, and Yan Gomes. Chase Whitley gave up a leadoff single in the 12th and then set him down 1-2-3 after that. Swisher had a chance to win it in the 10th. Bases loaded, one out, but he would end up striking out. A couple of very good pitches by Sean Kelly to get out of that trouble. And a first pitch strike. Whitley's thrown 10 out of his 13 pitches for strikes. Up high with it. Two and one. Whitley with a 2-1 now. And Swisher, did he go? They appeal, he did.
Well, he was shaking his head there like for the home plate umpire. No, I didn't, but it wasn't him making the call. Third base umpire.
Oh, he's got a legitimate
gripe
there.
You know what?
Yeah.
When you see it from the side, I think he was right.
Strikes him out. One away. Whitley has struck out 3 in a row.
And goes with that fastball away. It sounded like Swisher got a piece of it, but right into the glove of McCann.
David Murphy now to the plate. Murphy 1 for 5. Center field, Ellsbury, 2 down. And that will bring up Yan Gomes. Gomes is 0 for 5. Couple of ground outs, couple of fly ball outs. Struck out his last time up.
As he's running around the bases, that crowd comes pouring on the field.
And a one hopper to short. Ryan flips it over. Indians go 1-2-3. And we'll go to the 14th inning. Still tied at 4. 4-4, 14th inning. For New York, Kelly Johnson, Brendan Ryan, Jacoby Ellsbury. Mark Zipchinski, who's worked an inning and 2/3 scoreless, is staying out there, at least to face the first batter.
Yeah, but in that inning and 2/3, just 18 pitches for Zipchinski. 6 balls, 12 strikes. Very efficient.
Still, Crockett and Pistano are up in the Indians' bullpen. Pitch inside, ball 1. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. There you see Pistano from the right side, Crockett from the left. Big bouncer to second baseman Jason Kipnis. He'll flip it over, 1 away. In addition to Crockett and Pistano, who are up, the Indians also have Nick Hagedorn in the bullpen, and also Carlos Carrasco could be available as well. So Terry Francona just wanted Zipchinski to face the left-handed hitting Johnson to start the inning. He goes 2 scoreless tonight, and he'll call on Vinny Pistano when we come back.
Yeah, great job.
Four, 14th inning. And with 1 out, Brendan Ryan, the batter, Vinny Pistano coming on to face him. And Pistano with his 12th appearance of the year. But since he got called back, he's pitched in 8 games. He's worked 5 scoreless innings. He's allowed just 3 hits, and he has struck out 7. Way outside for ball 1. Swung out and missed, blew it right by him. Ryan struck out his first 4 times up tonight before he drew a walk in the 11th. Popped up and back out of play.
I think he has a chance of seeing that slider here.
For the platinum sombrero.
Oh, boy.
Vinny with the 1-2. In the air, right field. Back goes Murphy. And he'll make the catch. 2 down. Top of the order now, Jacoby Ellsbury. We mentioned that Kyle Crockett is out there in the Indians bullpen. Failed to mention that in an extreme, and I do mean extreme emergency, Terry Francona could call on Jason Stanford. He's standing right above Kyle Crockett. He's out there in our brand spanking new Indians Live remote studio with Al, getting ready for the post-game program brought to you by Conrad's.
Well, whenever this one should end.
He could just, if they had a rope ladder, he could just climb right over. Jump down into the bullpen.
Hang his tie.
Let's go, Stanny. Get loose.
Hang drop. Hang drop from down there. It doesn't take you long. Tell Al to take a seat. He's not going in.
No balls, 2 strikes on Ellsbury.
There he is. Look at, he's got to put his earpiece in. He didn't hear me. No, Al. Sit down. Sit down. No side armor. I know you were a closer in college. Beat it.
Here's the 2-strike pitch to Ellsbury. Oh, man. He just launched one out of here, and the Yankees take the lead. A 2-out solo jack to right field. Ellsbury's 3rd hit of the night, his 6th home run of the season, his 41st run batted in of the year. And New York has a 5-4 lead.
Well, and he got a slider down in his wheelhouse, Matt. Watch, down and in. And he elevated that. That thing flew out of here and got out. Well, the Yanks will take a 5-4 lead. That was an 0-2 pitch from Pistano.
And the first run he's allowed since he was called back to the big leagues, and this his 9th appearance. Now Derek Jeter showing bunt. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
There's David Robertson. He's up, getting loose now that the Yankees have a lead.
Just a little bit off the plate. 2-1 to count. Ellsbury delivering here in the 14th inning. The last run of this game was scored in the bottom of the 5th before Ellsbury's home run. And then a foul back, full count. For the Indians in the bottom of the 14th, you're looking at Dickerson, Kipnis, and Cabrera. to face Yankee closer David Robertson, who will now be coming on to try and protect the lead. The payoff pitch. Just an emergency swing by Jeter to stay alive, and it's fouled. This is a Yankee team that came in one game above 500. The Indians came in one game below 500. Indians had the 3-0 lead before New York went ahead 4-3. The Indians would come back and tie it. In fact, New York took the lead with 3 in the 5th. 2-run homer by Mark Teixeira made it 4-3. And then in the bottom half of the 5th inning, Carlos Santana with a 2-out RBI single tied it at 4. And it stayed that way until the homer by Ellsbury here in the 14th. So 8 scoreless innings between runs scoring in this game. And now the Indians are going to have to rally in the bottom of the 14th to either win it or extend it. In the meantime, Pistano trying to take care of Jeter. He does. But Jacoby Ellsbury delivering a big hit for the Yankees. And they go ahead now 5-4. Bottom of the 14th, last chance for the Tribe now. And they'll be sending Chris Dickerson, Jason Kipnis, and Asdrubal Cabrera to the plate against Yankee closer David Robertson. Robertson 21 out of 23. ERA under 3. 49 strikeouts in his last 22 appearances.
Yeah, just another arm out of that Yankee pen that can strike you out. He's 56 to 10, the strikeout to walk ratio.
I mean, he's averaging this year 16 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Yeah, that's scary.
He's given up 1 earned run in his last 12 appearances.
Well, the Indians down to their last 3 outs. You'd love to get that leadoff man aboard, see what can happen.
Dickerson 2 hits on the night. And he takes low for ball 1. Fly ball center field. Ellsbury, one away. This game has equaled the longest game of the year for both of these clubs. The Yankees went 14 innings and lost to Tampa Bay back in May. The Indians had a 14-inning game, as I mentioned before, in their West Coast trip at Arizona, and they lost that game 9-8. Jason Kipnis, one hit tonight. That came back in the first inning. Missed in off the plate. Don't forget, one more game to go between these two clubs. We'll have it for you again tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Sports Time, Ohio. TJ House against David Phelps. Kipnis with a base hit in the right field, and the Indians have the tying run aboard and the winning run coming to the plate now in the bottom of the 14th.
Well, Jason keeps it rolling, gives him an opportunity. Tying run to first base. Got the count in his favor. Put a nice swing on the baseball. That's the 12th hit now. I'm going to try and find a way to get him home.
The Indians had homered in every game so far this month, matching their longest streak of the season with 7 straight. But they're without a home run here tonight, as Dribble Cabrera has 3 hits in the ballgame, 2 singles, a double, and a run scored. Outside for ball 1. Breaking ball, and it's in for a strike. Now the 1-1 to Cabrera. Kipnis takes off, trying to get into scoring position, and he will. He beats the tag and has his 11th stolen base of the year. But now Cabrera is down on the count 1-2.
It's all right, though. He had a nice jump, and you get yourself into scoring position. McCann tries to make the throw, but just Kipnis had a very good jump. Steals the base. Now a base hit will get him home.
David Robertson trying to nail down his 22nd save, but he's got a runner in scoring position. Kipnis, the tying run, the 1-2 to Cabrera, and he chased one in the dirt. McCann throws to first to get the strikeout. 2 down.
Watch how Teixeira on this play will go to the outside part of first base to help McCann make the throw with Cabrera going down the line. He had a little panic, but he gave him a nice, passageway to throw the baseball. So that's out number 2. Now, I don't think they'll pitch to Brantley here, but you don't want to. You got to be really careful with this guy.
Well, do you put the winning run on base?
Well, that's the whole thing. You're going to have to pitch to one of the two, but I'll tell you what, the way Brantley's swinging it, I would be really careful. You don't maybe intentionally walk him, but you better be careful. Michael will tie this game up.
An off-speed pitch in for a strike. Brantley does have a walk-off home run this year, so he could win it with one swing of the bat.
Yes, he could.
Up and away almost to the backstop. And it's 1-1.
Kipnis out there, you're going on anything. You see him swing the bat, you're ready to take off. Because he doesn't swing and miss often.
Popped up foul. This could be a game ender. No, it's dropped. Johnson couldn't come up with it. Not an easy play by any means, but he got the glove on it, and it looked like he had it but couldn't control it. And Brantley has new life.
He's going back, and you're right, in between. He got there. He's just upset at himself. He had to turn his glove back around.
So, a second chance for Michael Brantley. Can he make the most of it? He's still down on the count, 1-2. But a base hit with Kipnis in scoring position could tie the game here. Down and in, went to the back foot.
I figure he'd go back to that slider like he started him out with. But he was going to try and get a swing and a miss. He tried to bury him there.
Indians down to their last strike. Trailing by a run. Brantley with a fly ball left field. Almonte back. Makes the catch over the shoulder style to end the game. Well, Brantley gave it a ride, but Almonte runs it down, and the Yankees escape with a 5-4 win in 14 innings here tonight.
Boy, I thought that ball had a chance to get over his head. He got back and made a nice running catch.
So the Yankees have now won 2 out of 3 in the series, with the finale tomorrow night. New York goes to 46-44. The Indians drop to 44-46. Chase Whitley, the winner, he's 4-2. The save, the David Robertson, he is 22 saves now on the season. And the loser tonight, Vinny Pistano, his first decision of the year. He's 0-1 now on the season. So, 5-4, New York a winner. Time for our key play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank.
Well, you go back into the 14th inning. Ellsbury down in the count, 0-2. He's going to get a slider from Vinny Pistano, and it was down in his wheelhouse, and he hit a home run, man. That was his 6th of the year, the 3rd home run for the Yankees tonight. Pistano can't believe it, and Ellsbury is going to be our key play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank.
Boy, and the other thing, too, Indians had him loaded with 1 out in the 10th. Couldn't get a run home there. Chance to win it went awry, and New York ultimately comes up with the victory here this evening. Stay tuned. Indians Live, presented by Conrad's, is coming up next.